All right, here we go.
Good.
If you'll join, we'll begin. It is January 16th, 2025 at 8:03 a.m. And this is a meeting of the Utah State Charter School Board. We welcome everyone here today. It is a busy day, and so I want to try to keep us on schedule. It is a great day. This is probably of the year, the meeting that we look forward to the most, since we are considering new schools and expansions of other schools, satellites of other schools. We'll look at expansions actually in February. And we have changes always at the first of the year, so we are eager for that. And as we begin, I want to make sure that I first introduce, so some of you haven't yet met Mr. Hall, Rod Hall, who is our new liaison from the Utah State Board of Education. We are so happy to have him join us, and I forewarned him and said that he may want to take just a little bit just to introduce himself to the board.
Sure, I'm Rob Hall, and I'm just newly elected a week ago today to the school board. So I'm just here to observe, and I'm just looking for the opportunity to be able to serve. I represent District 3, which is a large portion of Davis County and some of Weaver County too as well. So really excited to have this opportunity.
Yeah, we love that, especially since the two of us are kind of in that. Well,
That's why I'm
now in Utah. But including also in Davis County. But I was a superintendent in Davis.
Oh,
for
great.
14 years.
That's great.
So we like that part of the world as well.
That's great.
So, and Crystal taught in Davis County, though now in Juab instead. And so that's good. So welcome.
Thank
We're
you
glad
very
to have
much.
you here. We're glad to have you here. Let's begin with a pledge of allegiance, and Crystal, Member Bassett will lead us with that. It says on here again.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep, please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice.
Thank you all so much. That's good. It's good I looked at the agenda. Any public comment today on it? So we don't have any. We know that eventually remaining on this board, you do know, I think all of you, that we have a new board appointee from the governor's office, Susan Pulsifer, who has been serving in the state as a representative in the Utah State Legislature in the House of Representatives. Susan will, we believe, will join us once she is confirmed. If her former colleagues in the Senate will confirm her to join our board, and we suspect she will join us next month. She could arrive at some time and just sit with us and comment, but not vote today because she's really not a member of the board at this point. Member Phillips had agreed to continue with us for this month. She is home ill, but will join us online momentarily. So just so you know, I'll say that before, so you know that she's there and she may make comment, and she still will be able to vote. We have a policy to allow that to happen from remotely, and so she will be there relative, as soon as she can to be part of that thing. We appreciate she stayed home when she's sick, not to spread that illness with us, because she said it really had been miserable. So she will join us soon. We will move then to the consent calendar. We have 3 items on the consent calendar, draft minutes, a monthly financial report, and we have to approve the credit enhancement certification Carl G. Mazer Academy if we choose to. And so if you've had a chance, I hope to pre-look at that consent calendar. Do I have any questions, concerns, or a motion?
Chair, I'll move that we approve the consent calendar.
All right, thank you. We have from Member Olson a motion to approve that consent calendar. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second that motion.
And Bassett seconds that motion. Do we have any discussion about any of the items on that consent before we move forward? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
And I think that was unanimous, so we will move forward. Thank you so much. We do have, I don't have on my notes, but we do have after consent calendar, an executive director report. Slept on my.
Yep, it's brief. Maybe that was left off because it's very brief with all of our work today.
Do that.
Great. And so just two things. One is that staff work together with other organizations and people and things to make calls and to really get to 100% compliance with our charter schools for the school safety survey. So we were just pleased to meet that requirement and to have 100% compliance. We have a small thing to celebrate today, and it's called the 25 in 2025. And it's an event that really celebrates the past, the present, and looks forward to the future. And so we're looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing you there tonight, some of you there tonight. And so that's a reminder. I'm sure we're all aware, but we're excited. Looking forward to today's work, of course. This is the highlight of the year. Our staff has been working incredibly hard. And I just want to highlight, Marie's work in this area. Our associate executive director just leads in the support that our new schools, our satellite schools, have in this really important day that our board does. So thank you, Marie, and those on the team that do so much to get ready for a day like today. Really, Chair Bowles, that is the conclusion of today's executive director's report, just with so many things on today's agenda. So I'll hand it back to you unless there's questions or comments or anything else.
Any comments, questions? We should note though, we kind of moved back past, remember in December, we had that discussion about we needed our charter schools to submit their assessments so that they could then be eligible for potential grants in the future to help them to be in compliance with those safety in the state, and to have 100%. And very quickly, that really is this team. Thank you all. I don't know specifically each individual who called, but I know all of you are engaged in that process at one place or another to make sure that that happened. They just hadn't had enough communication from my perspective, and had they known the implications, they would have sooner complied, but they did within the deadline. And thank you all for helping to communicate with them and support the work of our schools. So all of the schools have all of them 100% compliance. Happy because it bodes well for them and gives them opportunity for the future. And we're all looking forward to 25 in 2025. We'll talk about that a little bit. 25 years of charter schools in the state of Utah. Now, for some you say, oh, it's been going a long time. For me, I think, I remember when that first started. It wasn't anything that long ago to me, but it's been working for So I know it's true when I look in the mirror, but that it has been that long. I'm always shocked. And so we know it's a special day, especially welcome, Susan. Welcome. I've already introduced you, but just for those who may not know, I've already explained this is will be, we hope, as soon as we expect that all the confirmation is done, the newest member of our board. So let me introduce Susan Pulsifer, who has extensive experience. I first knew Susan when she was a member of the Jordan School District Board, and has since then met with my students and helped them, and has been a tremendous support on the Utah State Board, at the Utah State Legislature, really spearheading, among other things, our reduction of the number of reports we've had to submit that have just gone into a black hole. And she said, let's look at these and try to reduce that paperwork. And among many things, that was one that educators across the state have been so happy to have. We can say more when we officially welcome her. We suspect in our next meeting in February to welcome her. But I'll tell you, Susan, we said, if you want, please comment today, please join in. We just know she won't be voting officially today, but we do want her to to be a part of this as we transition and comment. And I also introduced to your left, Susan, so that you know Rod Hall, who's a newly elected to the Utah State Board of Education, who is our new liaison of State Board of Education. So you know your seat partner is. Okay. We'll jump in and it must be a big day because I wore a suit. I did it for 15 years as a superintendent, as a high school principal before that. How did that happen? I just thought, I'm not doing that anymore. I will for today for all of you. Even like uplinks and everything. You know what could be better, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so.
You're looking dapper.
Yeah, my uplinks are actually shillings, English shillings, that when I, years ago, directed Christmas Carol at Cascade, the jeweler in London who enamels them. So kind of fun.
That's cool.
Anyway, I'm sure you all needed to know that. Let's continue. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, but I'm sure we will use that time as we go. I wasn't really stalling for time, but let's begin with having Ms. Stephenson, Associate Executive Director Stephenson, give us a little preview about the process that we're going to follow today. I think we all know, but so we're all on the same page relative to the new school applications that we will consider.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Bowles. Let me just share my screen here. All right, so today our board will be considering new charter school applications. And there are 3 that you will be considering today. If you remember, you did invite 4 proposals to move forward, but one of those groups has chosen not to continue. So you do just have 3 charter school applications that you will be meeting with and reviewing and interviewing today as a continuation of the proposal process that was started in August. With that, I put this up here as just a quick what has occurred and then what are the next steps. So as we mentioned, there was a successful proposal that has occurred. Those you reviewed in August and decided that the idea was intriguing enough and you wanted to know more. And that proposal was about 10 pages long and you wanted to have them flesh out those ideas and write a full application. And so you have had that full application to review over the last few months. Also, the applicants have gone to boot camp. That is a full day long with all the different departments at the Utah State Board of Education. It's kind of like speed dating is another way to think of it, where each of the departments comes in and gives them a high-level overview of what they need to know to be in compliance. They give them some contact information, really what they need to know to be successful in setting up a public school. They've also had support as needed from staff and support from our charter association over the last few months. As far as their next steps, if they are authorized today, then they would work together with staff to draft a charter agreement, and then we would bring that back for your review and then signing. They would begin working on a pre-operational checklist, remembering that they are about 15 to 18 months out from opening. So this would be fall of 26 that these schools would be opening. They also will have startup funds that will be distributed to them. And then there will be a number of readiness to open reviews. Those occur in March, May, and then a final certification that occurs by June of 2026 that they are in fact ready to open and have met all the requirements and have enough students to successfully open as a public charter school. So even though they've done a lot of great work, the fun is just getting started. Any questions on the process? If not, and then I'll turn it back to you, Chair Bowles.
Thank you so much. And we have all had an opportunity to read full applications. We know we read a partial application, gave feedback. It said if you move forward to full application, these are things that we would like to see from you. And they have revised and worked on their full application, and we have now all had opportunity to read those. So I suspect, I hope that you have, I know you have, developed questions you may have of those from those full applications, some questions or clarification that you want to have. This is our time as a board. We'll in just a minute start and our chance to talk to them, ask questions, clarify issues that you might have, and allow them to respond before we make a decision. So if you look at our schedule, we will look first at these were drawn randomly, the order. I said how lucky that as we look at each of these applications, that the school that is from go down to Cedar City, were the first ones drawn to present this morning at 8, but they're getting it over with first thing. So we'll start in just a minute with custom class at 8:30, followed by the Ripple Academy. I think those folks are with us as well at 9:15. And we'll take a little break. And Azure Fields, oh no, Azure Fields is here all ready to go at 10:15. And then we will consider those just prior to lunch, those applications, and make decisions relative to should they move forward with in this process towards opening a school. So I'm going to invite first custom class, if you'll come up and take those chairs at the end of the table and allow us to then be able to ask any questions that we might have. Thank you for being here to do that. And we know we met you all prior. Will you, for us again, just reintroduce yourself so that we know with whom we are speaking? And just go across and introduce yourselves and then we'll.
Yeah, my name's Cody Salva. I'm a I've been a financial advisor for about 12 years now. Started businesses and have some relationships in the community with the business community down in Washington County and Iron County. And I'm just excited to present again and answer all your questions.
My name's Tommy Rupp. I'm a serving board member of Custom Class as well. I've got 15 years in the financial industry, specifically in mortgage credit risk. But I also help with online marketing and social media, as well as being involved in our community programs as well. Really looking forward to this opportunity.
My name is Dr. Matthew Medioni, Vice Chair of the board here at Custom Class. My background, about 15 years in higher education, academics, research across universities, mostly in California. Excited and happy to be here and appreciate it.
Hey, my name's Corey Henwood, and I'm the board chair at Custom Class. Serve as the innovation director at Iron County School District. I'm in magnet schools there. In education for about years. And then in California. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you for being here. And we're ready to begin. So I'll just open that to board members. Yes.
If you would like, Turtles, I prepared just a few slides that review the feedback that you gave in August and then also the feedback from our readers from the USB as well, if you would like.
Thank you.
So just a few quick reminders. This is a statewide online school with hybrid family service centers. They are seeking to serve grades K through 12. Their student enrollment would be growing from 400 up to 1,400 over 5 years. And then a few key points. This is a mastery-based learning model aligned with the Utah Core Standards and Portrait of a Graduate. They are trying to do dual enrollment for college credits and potential bachelor's degrees for students and community partnerships for real-world experiences. They did in their application a few pages right at the beginning where they took your feedback and responded the way that they felt like based on your feedback. Staff also prepared a similar piece. We pulled out some different pieces and that's, a-okay. A few of the pieces that staff saw, that you had given them some feedback about governance, making sure that they had some diverse perspectives on their board. And this was also shared with our team of readers at the State Board of Education. As far as the way that was responded to, they felt like the board was still lacking overall experience of administering an education, and that if authorized, it's recommended that support would be provided as some of the sample policies were still out of compliance with current laws. As far as the school model, the board encouraged them to elaborate on how they would provide an individualized approach that could be implemented effectively across the K-12 student body while still being manageable with operational logistics. The reviewers wondered if K-12 was perhaps too broad to start, and they wondered if perhaps the model would work better as a secondary school to start with a focus on early college credit. For enrollment, our board urged the applicants to provide a clear rationale that aligns with community demand and supports sustainable growth. The applicant did provide a clear market analysis and reduced the max enrollment from 1,500 to 1,400 in year 5. And so that was how they responded to that. Additional feedback that came from our review team, they felt like there were a few areas that were not addressed when it came to supporting students with disabilities. And so they just made a note that as a supportive authorizer, we would want to be aware that this LEA would need additional support to understand requirements and responsibilities in supporting students with disabilities. They also noted that we would want to support this applicant in understanding laws and board rules, specifically with graduation requirements, the requirements for background checks, licensing requirements for certified staff. And that is our presentation on custom questions.
All right, thank you. That kind of brings us to this place now. It's a reflector. But any additional questions from board members? So you'd like as far as clarification? Girls.
Thanks, Chair. I'd love to start. Good morning and welcome. It's great to have all of you here with us. I'd love to hear just right out of the gate what you've done to address the board capacity and governance concerns we raised the last time. Interested in hearing how it is that your board has the capacity to govern a charter school as you've outlined in your application. Interested in hearing, sorry, I've got a few questions. I'm sure you can gather it all. I'll try not to have too many. I'm interested in hearing whether you have plans to expand your board to increase your capacity. I notice, I think his name's Doug Reed is not here. I assume he's still on your board. Help us understand your capacity. That's my focus.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's start. Yeah, sure. So, with regards to governance and the way the board's constituted, we're obviously very confident in my experience. As I mentioned in onset and education, charter schools, right? But I've been in education, so I know a lot about some of the school enrollment things and the real power and benefit of getting kids started with college education. Also, I've been on a charter board for 6 years. So hired a charter business school out for almost 2 years. Helped lead them through a $13 million expansion. So I have some experience working in a charter school. I know the ins and outs of some of the nuances and things that may come up along the way. So in terms of my kind of experience and expertise in that area, similarly, my experience in administration in public schools years. The different districts, private public schools, both Canada and the United States. So pretty broad experience, variety of experience there. I feel like our education experience is pretty sound with both Dr. Medioni's experience, as well as my experience in public schooling as far as the education side of it goes. We've also rounded out our side of the house when it comes to finance. When you take a look at our budget, which is very comprehensive, we're very confident in our projections. Operating costs are all budgeted for only 50% of the enrollment that we actually saw at capacity. So feel very confident in our ability to work together. In addition to that, this board works together and has with their nonprofit over the past couple of years to grow our Red Rock Hockey League. We weren't here the last time, so we can talk to you a little bit about that. But we're confident in the work we do together. And although Mr. Reed isn't able to be here today, he was able to attend our boot camp with us previously, and looks forward to helping us make some community connections that so we have a very diverse board that is very capable of governing a school that's trying to do something very unique, both financial side of the house, the education side of the house, and the community connected side of the house.
And I think I'll just add on to it, there's gonna be a lot of risk that's obviously assumed when you take a giant leap like this. And I think that's a risk that we're going to be head on. I think Mr. Salva and myself, with our extensive careers in finance and understanding whether that's credit risk or long-term investment or anything like that, I think our number projections are safe and sound. And I think no matter what, as far as expanding our board, we're focusing on taking those risks head on and seeing what we can do to turn it out for the positive. So not only expanding our board, not just for the sense of expanding it, but also finding our individuals to help us. So we understand we have a good foundation to bounce off of there, and then ultimately take it into.
Do you have plans? Sorry, before we hear from you, this is great. Do you have plans to expand your board? Are there areas of expertise where you feel like maybe you're lacking and you have plans to recruit someone to fill that need?
We're certainly open to it, and we have consulted with folks from our area that's consulted with us on charter bond expert and those well in the charter world consulted with us. Whether he officially joins the board or is open to helping us, I think he's certainly someone we'll be able to consult with, as well as others. We're certainly open and able to make sure that we're successful. It's open to that, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if it kind of aspects the operation of the schools, like mine would be more of in the network, making sure that we're community leaders and kids at each stage of development. So the younger kids, so we kind of have specific roles that all kind of each other, and then. Like Corey was saying, we've got, especially through Dr. Kino's charter schools or business schools, we've got some connections there. So this process, we've got some connections. Okay, thanks.
And let me just connect with that thought too. So I think we feel fairly comfortable that you know how to run a business, which sometimes we have charter folks who are all educators who really don't know how the financial part of it, because we're not always trained to do it. But I'm going to suggest to you that you'll know how to do that part of it, open the business, but to consider particularly around students with disabilities having some expertise in that, because it's federal law that is very difficult to keep up with. Public Law 94-142, those laws change every year. They're very difficult to keep up with, and if you're not in compliance with federal mandates around, particularly around students with disabilities, how to serve those kids in the school, not just having a place for them to come to school, but to serve them within the school would really help. That kind of an expertise. So just to combine. I saw Mr. Biesinger. Did you have your hand?
I'll go. Sure.
Okay.
If you, thank you. Well, thank you. I really appreciated your application. That was very well presented. It was very helpful for me. I have questions kind of in two areas, if I could. The first is maybe with your organization chart. I know in your application, you mentioned specifically the custom class board understands its primary responsibility is to govern, not manage the day-to-day operations of the school. Now, you all are kind of like golden retrievers, right? You have a lot of energy. I I think that comes through pretty clear and it's great. I see, a couple of things. As you describe your duties, I think you plan to be heavily involved in this. And in the org chart, I've noticed that you have the executive director to be hired, and the business administrator to be hired, both reporting directly to the board, as opposed to the executive director having the business manager report to them. I would say in my experience, having the executive director report to the board and everybody else report to them is more common, much more common. I'm not saying this is a fatal flaw, but it is a bit of a, I don't know if it's an anomaly, but it's less common from what I've seen. Can you walk me through, because it seems like you put quite a bit of time into thinking through that, and with intent, you've separated those responsibilities. Can you walk me through why you did that and how you got there?
Well, I think aligning to our expertise in these areas, like our finance committee of our board, working directly with the VA, doesn't necessarily mean that they will be the ones to oversee VA in terms of their day-to-day operations. Certainly the executive director will take that role. That's the way that we kind of thought about it. I don't know if we wrote it up that clearly. Just knowing that our finance committee, our folks in finance would be working directly with the board is how the org chart kind of laid out there. In addition to our education committee, those who are familiar with both charter school, public education, higher education, will be working directly with those in the education side of the house. So certainly open to making adjustments that are going to work best, you know, for our school, and we're going to make both the governance as well as the day-to-day management the most comfortable as well as the most productive.
And, you know, I'd also say there's probably some flexibility. You know, when we're at the point now, a year and a half away from actually having the org chart, putting it down. And once you get the people in place and you understand their strengths, there's some shuffling that occur with reporting structure that you mentioned. So I think we're amenable to making changes better in the school.
Yeah, I want to stop short of telling you how to run the school. I would just offer a perspective that in most cases, I think in the state and even around the country, usually the business administrator will report up through the director. And again, I'm not saying this is absolutely right, but if you have two folks that kind of, you know, potentially, hopefully, and I think you've described it as a working hand in hand, but ultimately, that just creates an opportunity for there to be kind of the right hand, not talking to the left with budgeting and hiring, you know, as it relates to that. So I did notice that. The other thing I would like to touch on is enrollment. You did take our advice and cut it back, but not very much. You trimmed up a little bit in the last year. I will just candidly say, I really like a lot of this application and I'm really excited to hear what others think, but I feel like 1,400 is just, it's a lot. And I might even say maybe too much. Now, it's not that I'm not rooting for you to get there. I think that you really could have the potential to touch a lot of young lives. I'm wondering how you would feel though, if approved, if your cap was closer to what you project in your third year, which you have at 920. I don't want to make a proposal though that's, because sometimes that infrastructure with more kids means more infrastructure. So I don't want to bring up something where you're like, well, we can't really do what we want to do with only that many kids. I can respect if you feel that way. However, as I've looked through your financials, I don't think it feels like you'd be limited financially at 920 versus 1,500. Often what I see again in Utah and around the country is a school that really executes well, comes out of the gate strong, really values their operations and their secret sauce and really helps kids. And then when they just don't have any more room because so many more people want to come to them, they go back to their authorizer a few years later and say, hey, guess what? This, if we build it, will they come story is turned into, they're coming like crazy. We need more seats. That's a much easier story to kind of get into with more capacity. I have seen in Utah and around the country a challenge with early school enrollment. Doesn't mean that it happens. It's not close to 100% correlation. But I'm sure you're convinced that you're going to enroll fully. But if you didn't, and I think there's a possibility that you won't early on, I'm wondering how you would feel if you were authorized, but at a smaller first cap with the idea that you would execute there and come back. By the way, if it were something around 920, which is your year 3 projection, that would still be one of the bigger schools in Utah as far as it goes. So can you just respond to that? And you don't have to think like me, but I just want to see how you do it.
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit about bio projection. I think for a couple of reasons. One, if you look at, we live in St. George, and so I think starting in St. George and expanding through our program up the state as demand rises. If you look in the St. George area, school that I was at, the Vista Charter School, they have something around 1,100 students, 1,200 students, and their wait list. So there's a strong demand first in our home. With our market analysis that we did the best we could in terms of sending out a market analysis, but we didn't really reach the whole state, right? We leaned on our personal networks, professional networks, social media outlets.
That's your 1,010 survey.
Yeah, so we sent out the survey and we got 1,010 homes.
Okay.
And of those 1,010, 60 families, not necessarily students, families indicated that they would be interested in this school. So when you take that and you look at some of the success that some of the other online schools had, enrollment 2023 to 2024 has gone up 40%. Now I understand across the state that may not be the trend, but for some of these exemplary online schools that embody some of the things that we're embodying, but we think we add extra layers as well, the demand is there and kids and families are excited about it. Furthermore, when you look at our budget, in our first year, for example, so the first year past the pre-operational year, we're hoping for 400 students, but our budget is sound such that if only half the school would come, we'd still be able to bring it. And so I think there are safeguards in place such that if we don't hit that next year, 560 the next year, in which we can also operate at about 50%. Because we don't have the large fixed expense of a huge capital facility, right? For all of those reasons, we're very confident in our numbers, but not speak for the whole board here, but if you guys feel that 920 is a better route to go, we'd be open to that decision.
I just wanted to piggyback on that too, as far as, there's a lot of these school applications that don't have a chance to really show their work right out of the gate. And I think that's one thing that sets our nonprofit apart here is that we do have the community work that we do. We're running on our 3rd year now of our community program. Watching the numbers increase from that tenfold just in a singular year, it obviously piqued the interest of parents and not just what we were doing with our program, but how we were doing it. Now we've stretched that across to 2 cities. Everyone wants to get involved, but they also want to know kind of what's in our secret sauce about the fundamental portions of our program that continues to bring in kids to our community, continues to grow. And I think that coupled with the expansion of where our local area is going, we have a lot of, transplants, whether that's from California, Arizona, Colorado. We have so many growing families that they're all looking for more of a custom-sized education. And with us already having a proven track record of what we're doing with our nonprofit, then where we're going to go and hopefully increase the education for the kids moving forward, we think that will support our numbers.
I have one more. I'm sorry. I said 2, I meant 3. With respect to K through 12, I think staff brought up, maybe a point about books no longer. I can appreciate K through 12. Can you just help me understand? I really like the idea of online, but then this local family facility, I think that's what you call it, family service center. I think you're going to look for spaces to lease and look at your map and do that. But can you help me at least understand, particularly speak to the younger grades, that K through 3, kind of those, early reading, pre-reading. How does your staff, just help me understand the plan as you have it for interaction with students, particularly in those early grades to support them?
That's certainly be hiring elementary certified educators to work directly with students, both online and in person. So at our family service centers, we'll have the opportunity for educators to work directly with students in a type of hybrid model where the student, often, our elementary students are very comfortable going to school and they get more comfortable with this online at my own pacing a little bit later. So the opportunity for a student to come into our family service centers, work with our educators,
work with our paraprofessionals, have the opportunity to work directly with them in workshop and camps and other things. In addition to other community partners that we'll also partner with for day programs and other opportunities for students to participate in, let's say, a Lego Week event at a local recreation center or other opportunities such as that. So the in-person and community-based interactions for our young people will be such that they'll have the opportunity to develop as they would in many other traditional online settings. So we have kind of the best of both worlds in that case, advantage of those opportunities for students. We see statewide, in addition to what Dr. Mignoni said on the market research, we see statewide demand for these type of customized offerings and a mix of both in-person, community-based, and online connections. So both in our survey results, we see that statewide, as well as in offerings like the Utah Resolve Scholarship that offers similar customization, very popular. And so we're hoping to bring those students into public education, an opportunity to also experience customization that maybe they haven't experienced before in the traditional school or aware of.
I'm gonna just couple it down to like Mr. Kissinger asked, but you don't have the brick and mortar investment, the same big brick and mortar. We'll have some technology investment. So, to make sure since you're gonna work online that they have computers, some will have their own that they prefer, but you'll have to also make sure that they provide computers and internet service. Some may need to have in order to access the program. Right, so you will have that expense that some schools may not have in the setting. And I just add that to saying, I think what Mr. Biesinger is coming to, and you really, I think, we're answering. Our experience is that often, we all want our schools to be, we think folks are going to come, and you may exceed 1,400 and come back to us and say, we need an expansion. But we're cautious in this sense. Can you run your school if you don't reach 14? Is that a make or break for you? If you can, if by chance you didn't have that in and we've based that on our experience and what we've seen. If you don't, can you continue viable school and not? And you, I think, answered that you could. You want to add any?
I'll talk a little bit about, talked earlier about operating that's even with us being very conservative of our budget numbers. So speaking specifically to your technology component, obviously every student needs a computer and they need access. We've specifically budgeted $750 per student per year. They have a laptop. Google Chromebooks are $250. They have insurance. So I think not every student's going to need that much money, right? But we've taken precautions, such as things like that, where there'll be even more money that will allow us to operate even below 50%. And I think that our hybrid model and our satellite location model is really something that is going to allow us to sustain under conditions that you're fearful of us potentially entering in that other schools maybe have flirted with or have suffered from, and that is lack of enrollment, lack of funding to cover their expenses. Our expenses are so much lower that we're confident that even if
that's why we call it.
Yeah, our budgeting is really, we're kind of lucky in this way. We're not having the brick and mortar that everything correlates to head count. So that's why you see that wiggle room between the 50% and you have that traditional brick and mortar don't have. And so that's kind of a good feature of ours that gives us from that expenses kind of come down as headcount. They move together in tandem. So that's what gives us that flexibility.
I just didn't want you to have fixed costs that were dependent upon having 1,400 students by that big year. Because if that were true, you're entering a financial situation that is really tenuous, right? You want to make sure, even though you may reach that 1,400, but that's a difficult situation. We wouldn't want you to be in a place where that was.
Can I ask just a quick, I'm just curious, the risks
in having an enrollment cap, like might be over where we might get to. I certainly would understand that the budget needs to be there to make sure. that we
That's the
stop
caution.
it.
That's the
So
caution.
we definitely have, I feel like that's pretty comprehensive and maybe, I'd be open to questions about that though.
You could say we're gonna have a 10,000 seat
Right.
school, but if you need 10,000 seats in order to run,
Sure.
then that becomes a problem.
But if we can operate safely at 5,000, there's, other than the budget concerns, you guys don't have a problem with the cap being high and potential room for growth in the future?
500, well, the board will have to weigh in on that, but that is the primary concern is having,
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I understand. Okay.
Director Finner, yeah.
Just thinking about it from a higher perspective too, the state works on their overall education budget. And so one of the things is just within enrollment projections, of which charter schools feeds into the enrollment projections of the state. And so it may behoove, like maybe this board may not have angst on that, but the overall state may have angst on, if we were to go really dramatic, right, why not 25,000 students? And then the state's budgeting for 25 students, and then we only enroll 1,000 students. So I think just kind of getting to that higher thinking on it gives a little perspective.
Yeah,
I just wanted to add that.
I'll just piggyback on that since I brought it up. Yeah, it may not be Clint's concern, but in fairness to our partners at the Office of Education, there's a finite amount of dollars to service a finite amount of kids. And I think all of us really are interested in knowing where are those kids going to be so that we can flow those dollars accurately. And if somebody's over here saying, hey, we think we're going to have this many, and that's kind of thought about, and they end up with a much smaller number. Now, there's a lot more to that, but I think we're just trying to be in the spirit of being a good partner as far as the state and efficiency of allocating resources.
And that's why a grow up helps, to see it grow and so we can project. Know that those students are gonna come from other schools, right? So they're still in the state, potentially, they're gonna come from other schools. But we just we're not as flexible as you're talking about, your budget can rise or decrease depending upon number of students enrollment. Those dollars are then promised to other LEAs. And so it's not as flexible. You can't just take them back depending upon where they are. So that's why Director Kramer is trying to get that caution.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to. One more thing I'll add too. There is a difference between running a school of this size and this size. Even if you discount the brick and mortar, you've really got to think about those things in different ways. So I think it's more fair to you too, to say, hey, maybe steer towards this kind of thought process as you're developing your infrastructure. So I think there's a component of that too.
And I would add that we've adopted a pretty streamlined process for expansion applications.
Right.
So it's not the end of the world, and we're mapping out 5 years beyond the year that you start. So I think there's room to maybe reduce the projection, look 3 years out, and potentially come back to us and say, hey, we've got this. We've met everything you expected us to meet, everything we promised we would do. Let's make it bigger.
Help us understand a little bit. So our market survey, right? And like I said, we didn't touch the whole state. There's no news article about us. We don't have a website. There's not a marketing campaign really. No one really knows about this. And so we just kind of like fired off some emails, like 860 families, which is potentially 1,500 students, right? Said they'd be interested in joining the school. And so, if that's the case, in year one, we'd need a potential waiver to increase the school size, right? So we want to mitigate that, right? But also understand that, you guys have experience and know when someone says they're interested in the school versus actually enrolling in the school, that there's a difference, right? So for your insights, feedback there would be, well, and I think, we're certainly open. We understand the relationship you have to have with partners and making sure that everybody's being fiscally responsible and that's all.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's not the hill we're gonna die on. If you want to reduce it, we're certainly open to it.
Know that we're not trying to discourage you, say you're never gonna get
Sure.
those numbers, because you certainly may and exceed that. But what we're really trying to say is we want you to be financially viable and that you really can serve the number of students in the way you would like to serve them, because this is a very customized, individualized program, and you have that many students to serve individually. It's a big task. It's a big task. We're saying you might want to just come into it and kind of see how it grows a little bit. And so we're trying to really, this is our not to discourage, but really try to be supportive and helpful to you based on our experience.
We appreciate it.
Others may want to chime in. Member Sis, do you want to add?
I do have two questions. They're completely unrelated, so I'll do them one at a time if that's okay.
Yeah.
So unlike member B senior, I don't understand the K-12. And well, first I want to applaud you on your application. I've read hundreds of applications, and this is by and large one of the best. I felt like I really had a real clear understanding, which is why I'm surprised I only have two questions. For me, that's all. But I felt like I had a really good understanding of what you were after, and lots of detail and and I know a lot of it's hypothetical, like those businesses are not going to be around, but the fact that you looked all throughout the state, and you have a pretty good idea of what that's going to cost, I applaud you for that. So thank you for that. What I noticed though throughout the application is elementary to me seemed very much like an afterthought all throughout the application. There is so much rich detail about high school. I think that's the reality of what a high school is versus running an elementary, but they felt very disjointed to me in the application. And so I'm curious why the K-12, when you've got a great plan for high school, and are you open to the feedback that the reader suggested of starting as a high school, and then if it makes sense, working backwards? So that's question one.
See a lot of demand in the K-8 space for this type of one customized, many of, especially those who homeschool or otherwise would like their students to be at home with them in an online setting, are in the K-8 space and are looking for options to not just access an online or have their kid on the screen all day, but also be connected with community programs, have the face-to-face option. So we see a large demand there, and we feel like our idea of connecting those folks with the community and community programs in addition to our educators on a regular basis is a fairly unique one. On top of that, one of the things we're very proud of in our application is this idea of helping students develop these portrait or graduate skills, things that are somewhat absent in many spaces that we know as early as our kindergarten students will benefit from. And so I apologize, I suppose, because we probably didn't get everything in the application that we would like to. But elementary is a space that we really see a large demand, a large opportunity, and a great opportunity for families to help their students develop in a really holistic way. That is, largely absent in the market in our.
Just piggyback on that too. I think we're all starting to see that like our schedules are starting to become so much more demanding. I'm sure a lot of you have kids in here, they're in custom sports programs or, at the top of their level in something, whether that's debate, we're traveling all over, we're doing these things, and those schedules becoming so demanding. Without an opportunity to customize your education around it, it's going to be difficult without burning your child out. My example, I grew up here in Salt Lake and I played competitive hockey from the age of 8 all the way to 25. But I was literally a full-time student, full-time hockey player, and full-time at homework after that. And so it turned into 20-hour days pretty quick, which was very rigorous schedule to keep up with. And it's a large reason why I'm so passionate about this school and what we can offer. Because I think our kids' skills are going at a rampant rate right now that I do think that they're going to accelerate in some of these things a lot faster than some of the other kids. And without a customized education program to complement the schedule, it still keeps them engaged in wanting to learn these things while also still being able to pursue some of those.
So what I hear you saying, if I compare it back, is I now understand you feel like the space is there for elementary, maybe just in the interest of space and detail, you focus more on high school. Part two of that question, then I'm hearing, no, you would not be open to the reader's feedback to start with high school and then roll back
We actually
elementary.
think there's more demand in the K-8 space than in the high school space, at least initially. I think some of our unique offerings, like our dual enrollment programs to lead to bachelor's degrees, are going to be very, well received. But I think there is a large demand for the type of offering that we're doing in the K-8 space. So to subtract that from, and piece that it would kind of take out of our plan is this idea that we can build through, frankly, it's cheaper to educate, fewer endorsements required to educate, you know, in the elementary space. So that will help us provide these types of customized offerings that we intend to offer in the secondary space. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
If we fulfill the enrollment of the K space. So one without the other, I'm not sure would be quite as viable as
Okay.
what we.
So committed to K-12 from day
Yes,
one.
we,
Okay.
we would like to be, I mean, with obviously your council.
Okay, question 2, Chair. Is anyone on the board interested in being employed by the school?
We haven't made any decisions about it.
I can
We're-
say
we're-
that
I'm quite happy with the position I have currently in the district and would like to need to help with this, but we'll certainly, I think this whole group is going to weigh out what's going to be best for the school. Some of the spaces we know that we are going to add employment space, expertise that's not on this board is in special education, hiring coordinator over special education. That's a space that we'll tap into some of the networks that we have in education to make sure that we bring those types of employees. But in terms of the other positions, we just have decisions about who's going to do that. But we've discussed it, but we haven't made any decisions there.
No, and I'll give you why I asked that, and then the follow-up to the, based upon your answer, is there's a lot of research that shows that when the founding director is part of this level, then the execution is so much better because they're part of that planning process and they understand. So if the answer stays no, then how do you foresee helping, because you have a very interesting mission, vision, and goals. So how then do you recruit, train, and hold accountable that director to establish those mission, vision, and goals?
From our experience in the public and charter space and in customized education and online education, for me specifically, I'll say, if I were to be selected as the executive, I feel like we'd be in a good place. That's what I and our board. If not, I'm going to be very heavily involved as a board member, which is probably more, you know, it's a lot to take on, but that's, to your point, if we are not either A, employed or B, heavily involved as a board, I don't think this is going to be a successful model, and I know that. So we are very intentionally going to make that decision ultimately after this discussion and try to figure out what's going to be best at the school and ourselves to manage, whether we can offer that kind of time as board members or if we need to employ somebody to make sure that this runs the way that we've intended now. So I don't know, does that answer your question?
Perfect, thank you.
I remind the board, we have about 15 minutes remaining to have this discussion, but I want to turn to other board members who haven't had a chance. Vice Chair Spiker, Bassett, Member Phillips, I think is probably online. Yes. And so she may have some as well. Member Bassett, any additional questions that haven't been answered that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I think when we're looking at opening a school, and I missed the August proposal, so I'm very happy to be at the table today. There are questions that I consider and always just like throw out on the table twofold. And Member Cisneros grabbed my K-12 question. That was one of my concerns, and I'm still kicking that around in my mind, this idea of a very articulate high school focus versus K-12. So I'll say that out loud too as I go into this. But you're coming to the table with confidence. I think it's interesting to consider what excites you about this, like elevator pitch, give me that excitement. And then also, what is your concern? Hearing some of what we're talking about, looking at reader feedback that we launched this meeting with. I just love hearing that from a board. So both sides of the coin, right? Biggest excitement, a concern as you're here at the table.
in terms of kind of why I'm here and why I'm passionate about this and why I'm confident. I grew up in California, went to school there, and it was a different time, it was many years. You know, I was fortunate enough to be engaged and excited about it. I feel like school is the kind of thing where if you don't have that engagement, really, you don't want to be there, it's gonna be hard. And so many of the kids that I went to school with, there wasn't that thing. Not everybody's gonna love reading, math, and writing, but if there's something at school, whether it's a sport or a robotics club or a Lego club or being involved in your community, or something amongst the many things that we offer in our school that you can latch onto, it can kind of give you power to kind of hammer through some of the other things that you're not. I see it today, even at my kids' school, sometimes with my own children. Sometimes we just need, everybody's different. We all follow different paths. We're not all going to be, have PhDs in science or math or English, right? And we all have a role in our community. And I just think that we need to fire kids up and let them be passionate about something. And I think that our school offers a really unique way to support that to families.
I'll piggyback on that as well. I alluded to it in my previous scenarios there. I ultimately, like I said, when I grew up, I had a very rigorous school schedule. And I know that our schedules are becoming more demanding. And I mean, I literally, at the age of 8, I traveled all over North America, all over Canada to play all these different teams. And I was already having to, at the elementary level, try to reorganize my workload to try to keep up with all of the demand of the school. And in order to play a competitive hockey team, you had to keep your grades up, right? Now, unfortunately, I do suffer from attention deficit disorder. I did not do well in the classroom. I was much better with hands-on, one-on-one individual training. I really excelled with that environment. And the major reason why I'm here today is because I always wondered if I would have had something like this, how much better of a student I would have turned out and how that would have led to a more long-term success for a career path. So that's my why behind all of this. To speak to some of the risks that you were talking about, I am a numbers guy. That's quite literally what I'm employed in. So I'm sure, like anything, the things that always come to my mind first as far as risk go are numbers. And I think we've got the algorithm here to really have a foundation of success. And I think if we build that foundation from the front outwards, that everything will fall into place. Especially in the budget, we've got specific reserves just for the what ifs, the uh-ohs, everything like that. Life happens, right? And we know that we have to be fiscally responsible for this to be successful, not only for ourselves, but for everyone in this room here. And we don't take that. And I think that's head on. That would be my answer.
You probably already know this about me, but the others may not. That I'm very passionate about the state's fortune graduate and its development of these type of life skills that I feel like will translate well beyond what students take into their K-12 experience. Draft the portrait graduate, go throughout the state as a consultant for the State Board of Education, helping districts develop their own portraits. I'm very excited about that work and to offer that experience to students who are looking, their families want them to develop in this type of way. Now, the one concern I have actually pairs with that also. Many of these families who are seeking a customized offering come from backgrounds where they might also have a political view that is maybe contrary to terms that go with portrait graduate in terms. And so speaking in terms of developing life skills really tends to speak better to that audience. But I am concerned about the political wins, if you will. I mean, I don't know a parent who doesn't want their students to develop those skills. When you ask them, what do you want them to be in the future, your kid? They weigh out all those same things. Conservative, liberal, wherever they fall, they say those same things. And I want to help students and families develop those skills in a way that's very customized, connected with their community. So this is why I bring this up.
Thank you.
All right. We have about 5 minutes left. Vice Chair Spiker.
How about if I focus my comments on what excites me and my challenge?
Right.
Just as a piggyback, as all four of you were talking, I found myself really just excited about the potential and the opportunity of your model. I think we are, so many of us in education are, I've said this and my colleagues know, we are living in this watershed moment of a change in the tide of the way that we engage in teaching and learning. And because of industry and technology, but also due to what families are seeking.
and the realities of what's happening in so many of our schools across the nation. And I guess, and so that really excites me. And then also what I'm excited about is the Family Education Center model. I think that to me is like, that's my hook for this model, because there are so many, we have a lot of schools right now within our portfolio that are delivering online education. And so I'm really asking myself, what's going to separate your model from so many of other schools that we currently have? So then this leads into my challenge, because this is also a passion place for me. I think teachers, students, families, we are craving ways to connect. So as you're moving into a potential online education space to be able to provide that kind of flexibility that I do think families are seeking, please, please, please put in the thought and the effort into these family education centers, because even speaking to your concern about the political, I don't know, just whatever's blowing in the wind, right? I mean, just all these things. Those family education centers could be a place where we bring people together in a way to help people connect that, yes, I'm online and I might feel this way or you might feel this way, but here we are in this space where we're creating beautiful work or engaging in project-based learning or working with our community partner. I mean, I think this is really powerful. And so I know there's a lot of flexibility as I read your application that it's really an option for families. If I would like, I know this takes it away, but I would almost like require families to participate in the Family Education Center. And then that's also a challenge of keeping pace. If you find you've got students, 85%, maybe that shifts and all of a sudden you've got to build another center up north, just being responsive to those needs and how that might change. So that was a lot. I think maybe I'm at 4.5 minutes. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I want to just check in with Member Phillips to see if there anything that Member Phillips wants to, any clarification she would like.
Chair, I'd just like to make a comment so that maybe my vote is understood later. I know we like to be transparent.
Thank you so much.
And I apologize that I am not well today. And what's great about being part of this group is that it's such a strong group of people, and you can always count on your colleagues on this board to do heavy lifting when you can't lift. So thank you so much. I wanted to commend Custom Class Charter Schools Board of Directors and for this very fine application. I echo Member Cisneros' words about this charter application. It is one of the best I've ever read, and not just because it's clean and tidy and well, and the words and phrases are well composed, but it's also comprehensive and harmonious in terms of its vision and mission. I read it and felt as though I knew exactly what you were going to do and could make a good judgment as a result of that. I also am very excited to see a school come in that is focused on kind of a comprehensive program that takes students to a possibility of not just earning associates and college credits, but actually a bachelor's degree in the high school program. And what's great about that is, it's something that some of us have talked about. Some members of the State Charter School Board have talked about actually soliciting charter applications from more charter schools like that, inspired by Indiana's 21st Century Charter School. And the one comment I would make, well, two comments about sort of one that's not a concern to me. I know that 1,400 is a big number, but what I like is that you're starting small, which means, and that you have a break-even budget plan, small to large. And so what that means to me is that if you're getting good support, but maybe not as much as you planned, you can come back and modify that down because financially you'll still be sound at each stage. And I would simply say that you have a board with great capacity, but you need some educators on it. I love your board. I love everything that each member brings to the capacity of this potentially new charter school, but you got to get a few more educators on it. I know you do have an educator, but I would love to see a little bit more nuance there so that you, particularly as you're starting out, you can hire well, among other things. So that would be my comment, and I appreciate your application.
Thank you, Member Phillips. Thank you so much. Want to give anyone else who has something else you need to add or say just before we close up? Got a couple more minutes. I'm going to add just this part. We do know. Let me come from what Member Phillips just said. We know a strong board. We feel your passion, your strength, your energy, and the work that you've done, and we appreciate that. But I think to a person, we've already said to you that we would encourage you to add. Often we see only educators come as a board. And now you've gone to the other side when we've wanted more business folks, and you have a little bit of a balance, but we ask you to kind of tip that balance even a little bit more, particularly around the area of special ed, which you've also indicated that you know you needed to do. I'm also happy that you did not give in to say you would only do secondary. Because I'm going to tell you, I don't see that. You had to give us more detail on the application relative to secondary program, relative to earning a college degree, to concurrent enrollment, to those kinds of things, work experience at the secondary level. And so the application was lighter in the K-8 area. But I want you to bring that same strength to that K-8 space. And we know that really that same strength and customization at the K-8 level, we know some really good research. In fact, I'll point you to it if you want to read any of it, that really kids are making a decision about their entire career in kindergarten. They set attendance patterns for their entire K-12 experience in kindergarten. When parents say it's just kindergarten, they don't need to go, kids start to say school's not that important, and they make that decision early. And they're making decisions about whether they're going to drop out from school or they're interested in school, whether they're math phobic, for example. In elementary school, that doesn't just develop in high school. It started way before. So I would like to see you bring that same strength and commitment to those early years. So I am not concerned. So I'm glad you didn't say, well, we would consider just doing secondary. I'm glad you said, no, we need to full K-12. And so I, for one, am very supportive that you have K-12. Though we could, by looking at your application, say they had more detail at that secondary level because you needed it, required it, right? For you to explain the customization and the work that you do at that level. I'm still eager for you to do that at the K-8 level, to do that in those early years. Because if you don't read by third grade, Joyce and Shower's research says we have a 1 in 4 chance of recovering kids in reading. If they don't read by the end of third grade, we only have a 1 in 4 chance of recovering them. So it's really important. Those early years are critical. I am confident that you can create an educational program that makes sure all kids are readers, they love math, that they know what school is and are learners, lifelong learners early on. So I commend you for that. And I'm glad you finally mentioned hockey because everyone skirted around on the hockey. So I'm glad we finally mentioned that. We appreciate that. We expressed that to you before. We appreciate the work that you've done in your community already to bring opportunity to your community as a group, whether you have a school or not. Thank you for the opportunities that you've brought to your community in service, particularly around hockey. But we know that that can now expand in opportunity. And I kept giving us time limits and I've now taken us over. Thank you so much for being here today. And we'll make a decision a little later today. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
All right, on our agenda next is Ripple Academy.
They're out in the hallway.
Us?
They're in the hallway.
Okay, good. Because I looked over here, but it was Azure Fields I looked at, not Ripple Academy, and didn't. Let's have them come to in.
Thank you for asking all the questions.
Oh, okay.
What'd you find? They're so good.
Love these. And
That's a treat.
at the holidays, last month I found reindeer that were green and white. Oh my, they were so fun.
That is a wonderful choice.
It is, isn't it? After my daughter, so she called me, she needs. I'm locked out kinds of things I don't want to discuss. She said, and there's 3 treats. But when I say to her, you know, I had a really big day. Let's go get a sweet treat. And he doesn't want to go get a sweet treat. He doesn't because he's not into sweets. She said, so we decided that we'll go get it. She's like, I know. So well, we'll work through it. She said, but we compromised and decided that he can get something savory.
Well, a treat.
With a treat. She's like, I'm gonna start using just the word treat. That you're on your way, friend. You're on your way for a relationship.
So
I've been married almost 30 years, and for almost 30 years, I've heard, I don't like sweets, I don't like sweets. And it's taking me very long to he would eat chocolate chip cookies, and he would eat strawberry diet. And so I'm like, what? I'm not understanding what the right? But he has very hard and fast rules, like Jello is dessert, you can't eat Jello with it. And he has a very weird. But then we come down to, somebody made him that. Well, he doesn't like die, and somehow that's been translated to, I don't like sweets, and we're like, wait, what do you think brownies are, my dear? What do you think cookies are? What do you think a piece of candy after dinner is?
Oh, man.
Those are all sweet,
Good.
right? I'm like, you are delusional. I'm not liking pie.
Some point.
Right.
Not
Umbrella.
And just because you like it as dessert.
All right, well, we are now ready for Ripple Academy, who's joined us at the table. Thank you so much. We're starting about 9:20, so we'll make sure we get to go to about 10:05. We want to give you ample time, and we have ample time to discuss. And so we welcome you today. Thank you for joining us and joining in that, completing that full application for us to do. So, board, if you'll take out your notes, and I'll turn back to Stevenson, and she can share with us.
Thank you, Chair Bolt. All right, so we have Ripple Academy here, and they were Life Prep Academy when you saw them in August, and they did submit that name change form, so hopefully you saw that. This is a brick and mortar school that would be located in Eagle Mountain or the Saratoga Springs area. They are wanting to serve grades K through 6. Their student enrollment would be going from 375 up to 450. A few key points about this school is that it's an experiential model with hands-on learning. They're going to integrate STEM, social emotional learning, and community engagement. They're going to use mastery-based grading and thematic interdisciplinary units. And then they're also seeking to have community and university partnerships for tutoring, career exploration, and enrichment. As far as our partners over at the USBE and their reading, as they consider the feedback that you gave, as well as how the applicant responded, a few of the key points that they saw was that the enrollment board, you gave the feedback to the applicant that they needed to consider the feasibility of attracting the projected number of students, particularly in the early years. And what we saw was that they reduced the max enrollment from 756 down to 450. They also changed their grade configuration from K8 down to K6. Board, you also gave the feedback about the viability of the school. You requested more detailed financial information that was focused on sustainable revenue streams. What we saw was that the applicant provided more detailed financial plans that outlined funding sources, projected expenses, and strategies that could help them maintain their financial health. Board, you also gave feedback about governance, suggesting that they include individuals with diverse skill sets, particularly in areas of finance and legal support, since they had a lot of expertise in education. They stated in their application that they will be actively recruiting individuals with expertise in areas of law and finance, as well as education and administration. As far as our reader team, two other pieces of feedback that they had. They felt like the focus of the charter was non-specific. They said it aligned with standards and goals of the State Board of Education, but they felt like it lacked a unique perspective. They said that experiential learning is the focus of Portrait of a Graduate, and it's incorporated into all curricula statewide. So they appreciated that, but didn't see really a specific focus there. They also felt that the application seemed incomplete as far as providing a plan to support students with disabilities, and that as a supportive authorizer, if we were to authorize them, we would want to provide support in helping them understand how to meet the needs of supporting students with disabilities. As staff, when we got this feedback from the State Board of Education partners, I thought that was an interesting piece about the non-specific, where it had had a lot of focus, I think, when we first got it in August. And so just as a note, going back through and looking more closely at the application, we did notice that there were some key points. So we just wanted to make sure that the board noticed that there were some key differences from the proposal. So in the proposal, they brought up a life-based education model and then changed to experiential learning. And the mission statement itself specifically changed. Of course, it is a time to refine further, but just wanted to make sure the board saw some of these key changes here. So previously, Life Prep Academy seeks to inspire lifelong learners through life-based learning opportunities. Students experience firsthand that education isn't about preparing you for life, rather education or life itself is education. By following a life-based education model, we combine academic knowledge, rich social emotional learning, hands-on career exploration, and essential life skills in a way that cultivates happy, healthy humans that are enthusiastic about their personal interests and skills, excited about being active members of their communities, and are optimistic about the limitless possibility of their futures. And so that was a change to now the current mission statement. Says that their mission is to be lifelong learners who are prepared to contribute positively to their community by integrating cognitivist principles and experiential learning into nurturing environment. The school aims to foster students' emotional well-being and encourage them to take ownership of their learning journey. This approach empowers students to make a meaningful impact on the world. So a lot of the same outcome, but a few different ways maybe in how they're approaching that. So that may be something you want to discuss with the applicant. And I will turn it back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. Let's, again, if you would you mind just introducing yourselves again? We met you earlier, but just to remind us who each of you are as we.
Great teacher.
I'm Katie Harrington. I am vice chair, and I'm also. I'm Irene Summers. I'm the chair. I've been writing curriculum, but I've been a teacher and so thank you for this opportunity. I'm Marion Klein. I'm the secretary. I'm a resident of Legal Mountain. I'm upstairs at home. Sarah Barnes, and I'm board member. And on the application. My name's probably Sarah. I recently got it, so I did pay for that.
Congratulations. All right. Board members, what questions, clarifications you need to propose to this team so that you can make a good decision later today?
We'll jump into
Thank you.
the,
Member Bassett.
we might as well just address it head on.
Yeah.
Can you walk us through that mission statement revision? Because it is clearly a change from what this board saw in August, and I'd just love you to talk me through the what, why, and where you ended up.
I can start.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I think, one thing we were reflecting on as you're, moving to the second fund document was that, we maybe needed to be more broader in how we wanted to expand that lifelong learning and that life-based learning to more than just careers. As we, started off with the world of work, focusing a lot on connecting to careers, right? And teaching students about careers and how the learning that they get in the classroom can be applied to the real world. And we thought, you know what, we could expand this even more. And we thought experiential learning gave it gave us more possibility to connect it to even more things than just careers. And that was one of our main goals. We thought, you know what, we could do more project learning, we could do even more life skills learning. And we thought it needed to be expanded to broaden our ability.
Yeah, we really wanted to make sure, in listening to Member Spiker, you had mentioned that, you know, or I think it was Member Sisson or something, right? I don't remember. But you wanted to have mentioned that you were concerned about pigeonholing students, you know, giving them a career. And so we thought, you know what, that's so true, because when I was growing up, I wanted to be an actress, and now I'm an educator, you know, so I would hate to be.
Kind of is the same sometimes.
But only us teachers know that. So yes, for sure it is. So we thought, you know, it's about the child, and it's about the child experience. We want to give them every experience possible, because life is tricky and life changes, you know. I went from stay-at-home mom to a teacher to a dean to curriculum writer, like it all changes. And so let's not pigeonhole these students. Let's just let them dive deep into different careers, dive deep into science, deep into all of these other things that affect our lives every day. Social emotional learning, connecting with peers. You know, a lot of kids nowadays, and I'll only talk from my experience, they're so used to being behind a computer. We want them to develop social skills, but we want to teach them, like, you guys, you're so confident. Tell us about your favorite sport. Give us some, you know, so we want to really, that was the purpose of us changing. We wanted to make sure that we prepared the whole child, and the whole child in every aspect of their life. So I hope that makes sense. If you need more clarification, I'm sure my friends will help us.
I'm gonna add on to this. Let's see, I've worked for the Utah Jazz, I've worked for the Orem Owls, I've worked with incarcerated teens, I've owned a Shave Eye Shack, I've been a phlebotomist, I've done everything, and if I had those skills, I wish I learned those skills and those passions in elementary school and not after even college, so I would have saved so much money. It's like our school, we have that, we want that ripple effect, we want kids to learn what they're passionate about, why they're learning what they're learning, so they can take it into the community and let's broaden their horizons. I think what we're going for is like exposure of a lot of experiences to inspire students, to get a feel for what their interests are. How do you apply what you're learning in the classroom to the real world? Can we have that in the elementary schools, not just later on in life? And that goes beyond just careers, right? There's so many subjects that can be applied different ways. And so we felt like we wanted to prepare them to contribute positively to the community. And we felt like the experiential learning brought that.
Thank you.
Other board members?
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, can I just follow up on that?
Yes.
I'd love to hear you address the comment from that was just made about a lack of uniqueness of this change. I appreciate what you've all just said. What is it now that sets you apart other charter schools in Utah?
So
Regard to this
I
change.
get so excited that I have to like shut up. So I need other people if you want to do this, but I'll just start and then they can fill in, you know. Thank you for asking that question. That is a question that we've asked ourselves from day one. What is it that is going to make kids and parents trust that we are going to take care of their child, that we are the right school, that we're different enough than their neighboring school? You know, I live on a street where I'm literally a quarter mile from the school. I can see it every day, you know. So I just feel like, what is it about us that would make a parent think, I would really like to attend that school? So thank you for asking us, because that is something we've really pondered on for a while. We've come up with a few things. One of them is we've realized, you know, teaching in the regular, I'm just gonna say teaching in general is usually a teacher up front, 20 to 40 minutes of instruction. And we realize, you know, that as many of you are educators, we know that that model fits for this amount of students. What about these students? Or what about the students that need more or the students that need less? So we have, we found some research and we brought it, it was in our video about microspurt learning. I actually have some handouts for you guys. We can give it to you later if you would like, or, but microspurt learning is so fantastic. So you take a regular math lesson that, let's say it's 30 minutes, you break that into 10-minute intervals with breaks in between. So the students will see the same content, thank you, the same content that you're teaching, but in a different way. I think, and then with the breaks, I feel like we feel, this is just an extra thing, you know, in teaching, we're not only teaching to students, we're also competing with a computer, a tablet, keeping their attention. You know, some children go home and that's what they're used to just. And so we want to provide space in between those very core thought out lesson plans in 10-minute increments to let the child who's ready to explore and expand do that. To let the child who had, you know, just breathe. The idea is they take a break from what you're doing so they can process. And then at the end of that lesson, we debrief. So the power of debriefing and reflection is something that we're allowing in our schedule to allow. So that would be one thing. I hope, yes, please.
I just want to add the research to that. So they say that for lecture, only 5% is retained that students get of that, right? If you have that fast learning where you're sitting, you're listening, you're taking notes, it's not very high. But when you add some micro learning, that's spaced, so where they're seeing it several times, but with small breaks between, and they're utilizing it in different ways, it's 70 to 90% retention. So the retention is so much more. They get a lot more, and the engagement.
So another thing that we feel really strongly about is the 9-minute theory. That was also a part of our video when we met with you last. So the 9-minute theory is intentional 3 minutes, just 3-minute focus on how you began your day, a break in your day. So just intentional meeting with the student, building connections, talking about the day, beginning the day. There's lots of research on that when it comes to parenting. It's called the 9-minute theory, the most important minutes of your child's day. It's also one that also is about education. And so it's applying that 9-minute theory into the classroom. And really, because we're so, our connection with students is where I know we'll thrive. And so that's where we're going to build that intentional time with our class. Hey, I'm not your teacher right now. Tell me, how was your day? You know, intentional time. So that's another thing that we feel like is unique to our school. With anyone want to say anything? Oh yeah, please.
Another thing that is unique that we're planning is during those 10 minutes first, we're gonna have it recorded.
and post it so that if a student is struggling, whether they have an IEP or they're a multi-language learner, or they just, for whatever reason that they, didn't get enough sleep, they were kind of zoned out, then they have access to it, but they can watch it. The parents can sit down and watch it as well, so parents know what's happening in the classroom, what those lessons are and what they look like, and then the parent can help the student at home. If they're, like an IEP student, they can slow it down, they can pause it, they can take notes. For other people, like I personally watch everything on 2 speed because I'm like, you're talking too slow, let's speed it up. And for multi-language learners to have their language in the subtitles, or I'm sure there's AI stuff they can have it translated if they need that extra support. But I think that will make us very unique, that parents will have access to what's happening in the classroom and the lessons, and then they can help enforce it at home. This one was so I feel like another component that we've talked a lot about was experiential learning, how that makes us different. And I feel like we want interviews and we want them to connect to the real world and have opportunities to connect with people in the real world. People that, work at different careers where they can go see what that looks like, have people come in and see what that looks like, get experiences, maybe a simulation of what that would look like. Irene has talked about, how we can have a little economy or different things, but I guess for that, we want to have a portion of the school day where those subjects are integrated in. It's very hands-on, it's very, they're given lots of project-based learning, inquiry-based learning in a more flexible format than you traditionally see.
I was gonna tie into that with that, like why they're learning what they're learning, like fractions and baking, or how much weight on an airplane per person, like things like that. So have that exposure.
Yeah, we're gonna have thematic units per month that the school will go off of. And then our experiential learning time, the teachers will tie in those standards to those themes and thematic units. And then you can design inquiry-based learning projects based on those things and during that portion of our day. So it will be a big part of our.
So just to clarify, just to make sure, it all comes together in that shell. Our plan is teach our core subjects, make sure we follow the standards, but within those core subjects and the standards, we're going to make sure we break up that learning so the retention and so that they can make connections to the learning. The second part of the day or throughout the day, our plan is really hands-on, dive in deep. For people from the community come. We've spoken with people from the community. One in particular is a baker from Village Baker, actually. He's the owner. And we talked to him about our school and he was so excited. He said, I would love to be a part of this. So that is what the exploration part is about. Like really, I've mentioned this before and I kind of mentioned it earlier, but every child, when they're growing up, the world is limitless. I'm gonna be a doctor, I'm gonna be a space astronaut, I'm gonna be this. We want to show them like, oh my goodness, you actually can. Let me tell you, you're doing what a space astronaut does. And this is how they do it. And this is why we have to learn math. And oh my goodness, if you want to be a doctor, so it's not just saying, it's actually diving into it. It's actually giving them the tools and playing. Because when I grew up, and I pretended to be an actress, I was so good. And when I pretended to be a teacher to my stuffed animals, they all listened. But I want the children to bring that pretend world, that idea, my world is limitless. I have no reason to not go for being an astronaut. That is what we're trying to connect to the education. So hope that maybe it wasn't enough, but it was.
Member Olson.
I don't mean to change the subject, and board, feel free to bring it back. But I had another question, and that is, I'd love to hear the five of you evaluate the depth and breadth of your board and its capacity. Tell us about that. Do you feel like you have the capacity you need? If not, what are you seeking out to expand the capacity?
So we are all, stay-at-home mom. but I do have a degree in elementary education. So we all have some kind of education background. And we did take notes from the last time that we do need more than just educators on this board. And we do have people, when this goes forward, that are versed in finance. We have someone that has a business background, someone that is lawyer, and then specific, and someone that has or two people that they go to education, but we lack this part. It's the special education that has 40+ years experience in special education. So we do have people that will fill in our gaps as far as finance, a big one, making sure that we're doing everything orderly, that we're following the state laws. We do see that we need help now, whether that be through a finance company. We're at first we had talked about educator going blank on academic. The companies that come in and help the charter schools, management companies, they're quite pricey. But we do see our lack in the finance department, obviously with educators, that we do need to bring that in. And we have been in talks with finance departments, or we don't know if the route is going to be a specific finance company that will just come in. We can still manage it how we want, but we charter with a finance company that will come in and do our books and make sure we're doing everything correctly. Or if we eventually will hire someone in-house whose background is that. And the people that will be on the board will have a background so they can guide us into that decision. But we do recognize that there is a lack of diversity in our professional backgrounds, and we do have a plan and do have people in place to come in and run.
Yes, and just to go a step further, we have talked to these individuals. I know that member Biesinger had mentioned that, you know, sometimes when you have like a lawyer who has awaited a paper, or is what you had mentioned, that they may not be able to be as involved or passionate about the vision because they're so busy. So we've really talked to these people. We've shown them their vision, and our plan going forward is to have them. So I want to go back for a second. This is something we've known was, I don't want to say weakness, but something that we've needed to make sure we diversify from the beginning. This is something like, okay, who are some people that we can reach out to in our community that can contribute and make up the difference, I guess. Make us a stronger board. I feel like you're only as good as the person next to you. And so to really complete a well-rounded board with educators, with people in the business world, with finance, with a lawyer, and these people have been so interested. And so we thought about adding them to the board before we came today, but we also realized we don't want to be too cocky. So we thought, you know, they're all willing and waiting and anxious to be a part of us, as well as our plan going forward is asking these members of the community to come and be a part of our board meetings, to really learn what our vision is. I know once you make that transition from governing board to, you know, many of us are planning on going into the school and working to make sure that our vision and mission is the #1 priority of our school. But just making sure that as we go out, we'll be bringing in the people that have been a part of our meetings, and then so that they're ready to take over those roles. I hope that answered your question. Maybe more. Okay.
Let me add to that a little bit to say that I love passionate educators. I just love educators. They're my favorite folks. But when we're opening a school, you really do need these additional folks. I'm kind of disappointed, I will tell you, that you haven't had it. You haven't said this individual has a finance background and has reviewed our finance. Let's look at law. Let's talk to us about what we need as far as to have a brick and mortar site, or this is an attorney who has reviewed. You need that. You need that. And I love you as educators as far as passion. And if I were a principal in school, you're exactly the kind of people I would want to work at my school. But if you're opening a school, you've got to have that other balance. It's so overbalanced to the education and educators who know what happens in classrooms. But you've got to have that other side that knows what's happening legally, building schools, opening schools, financially what needs to happen in schools, marketing experts to help to bring people to the school, among others. And you don't like that.
I apologize. I apologize for not bringing them in formally, but we've had lawyers review, we've had business and finance persons. Yeah, so I apologize about that. That was the, I had kind of talked to some members and I was asking, do we need to bring those people on formally or could, you know, and so that is my, I don't want you to be disappointed. I want you to know that we heard you and we did what you had asked us last time. And we know what our weaknesses are. We just didn't formally bring them on, but that's why I say we have people that have been helping us. We had a lawyer help us. We've had business, and we've had a financial person with a very strong expertise in finances. So you're right, they're not currently stated on the paper, but they have been a part of our planning from after we left. That was a priority of ours. It's not something that we took lightly because as we had mentioned and what I started last time, Chair Bowles, is that make sure that you fill in those spots. And we told you that we would. And we felt like we did, but we didn't do it formally. So sorry if I misunderstood that they needed to be on now. It's a tricky thing to be like, we're not sure if we're going through with, you know, and so yes, in a great world, I want to be super positive, but we've had all of their help and all of their expertise going forward. What you saw in our financial, we would love to say that we can do all of that, but we've had help. We had help from all these people. And that's what I'm saying about the community. The community is the people that have helped us. Yes, we're educators and yes, you would hire us, but we're so much more than that. We know what we're missing and we've got them. We just didn't put on the paper and I apologize for that if that didn't come through, but I want you to know that we have done that.
That's great. Thank
you. Yes.
Other board members, additional questions?
I can go.
Member Beasley.
I want to start, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I want to start, there's a part of your application that frankly, I think it's an error. And I just want to understand this. Page 21, you talk about kind of your approach, and in here it says, in addition to the academic curriculum, Ripple Academy will incorporate career education to prepare students for future academic and professional success. This program will focus on experiential learning. Skipping ahead, the career education program will include opportunities for job shadowing, pre-internship-like experiences, and mentorships, allowing students to gain practical experiences. Skipping ahead, we intend to establish partnerships with local businesses and professionals to support these initiatives and offer students hands-on opportunities to enhance their learning and transition into high school, the workforce, and higher education. All of that is good, but I think you can see where I'm going. You went from K8 to K6, which I think that's fine. This just doesn't appear to map out with what you've done. And my concern is I've seen, there's a few spots here where what's in the application is kind of confusing to me. It appears to be kind of not tied together. I just like you to help me understand what you really want to do, because I frankly don't think that is probably applicable to what you're bringing to us today.
Okay, so number one, that last portion was probably, you know, it's not moving into high school. So I would like to ask you that question one more time. Or will you ask me that question one more time so I make sure I answer it correctly?
You've mentioned in here the importance of job shadowing, pre-internships, mentoring.
Yes.
In a K through 6 structure.
Yes.
I'm just, it appears like it doesn't map out.
No, for sure. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure. You understand it better than I did.
Yeah, no,
quite frankly, I think we were supposed to take that out.
Yes.
Obviously,
And that's a fine answer. I just wanted to understand.
And that is not our intention at all.
Okay,
Our intention is just to introduce them to different things that they can, it's just an introduction in elementary is what it is.
okay.
And that's what we've.
I'm plenty guilty of having documents that I didn't maybe, in the 9 edits and the 500 pages.
You had readers, we also had readers.
I just wanted to.
No, thank you for getting that. Because that is very confusing, but we do not have any intention of an elementary student job shadowing.
Okay,
It's just introduction to
thank you.
career, but also as we explained before, other things like geography.
My next issue is more of a concern. I'm gonna read you a part of a letter, and I want you to know this is gonna be concerning. But I am eager to hear you. I want you to know, just because somebody else says something, I'll take that and consider it, but I also will equally consider all of you. But I've noted that 3 of you on the board resumes, sorry, I'm gonna get to the page, at least 3 of you have prior experience at John Hancock Charter School. With their permission, I'm sharing this, and I think they've shared something with our board. I asked them about that, and in a letter I got, they had some concerns, but I want to read this. We, the administration and the governing board of John Hancock Charter School, sorry, I got to take my glasses off here, wish to provide clarification regarding the connection between our school and some of the founders of Ripple Academy. While it is true that several of Ripple Academy's founders have listed John Hancock Charter School as their former employer and a place where they gained experience, we believe their 1 year of employment was not long enough for them to develop substantial expertise or experience. We want to emphasize that their employment should not be interpreted as an endorsement of Ripple Academy charter application. Unfortunately, we've had a problematic relationship with most of the individuals involved in the founding of Ripple Academy. While we respect their right to pursue their own educational initiatives, we do not support or endorse their application. Any association between John Hancock Charter School and Ripple Academy is incidental and does not reflect an approval of their vision model or proposal. Now, I don't know if you've had the benefit of seeing that, so I don't mean to blindside you. But I would like the 3 of you or whoever's had experience at John Hancock to, at least for me, characterize your time there, how you felt about it, and if there was anything you would change or if you're good. And you please go ahead.
I know, it's interesting. If we were a bunch of friends around a dinner table, I'd be able to tell you that speaks more of their character and not ours. How interesting that us people, we're not here for John Hancock, we're here for the kids and the community. We're not here for John Hancock. Yes, when it makes me sad to have to talk about people, and I don't know how far or how deep you would like me to go. But I'm not gonna go far, she told me not to.
Well, let me just say,
Yes,
I don't want to take a ton of time here.
okay,
I really just want to, from your seat,
yes.
it sounds like at least you, Chair Summers, don't probably agree with the assertion. I'm totally fine and understandable. But I just want, I think part of what I look at is board leadership, board strength, board character, board skills. It really is about. And I just want to give those of you that were at John Hancock a brief opportunity to speak about, I don't know, your feelings there. If you would change anything, I just like to hear about that.
Okay, first of all, you spoke of the character and the importance of the board. We have letters from a parent from the community and teachers who are interested in if we're able to go forward to participate. And so we printed those out for you guys. That speaks of who I am. One of them, I taught her child 3 schools ago. I taught 3 out of 6 of her kids. I think the people that have written who don't feel maybe threatened or feel like we don't have something to offer our children, these are the people I hope you listen to, because these are the people that are in our community. They actually live in the community.
I just wanna add. This was a thought she was given, had she had that thought sooner, this was a thought that she got earlier this week, that she just reached out to a few people. Had she gotten this, sooner, we could have had a lot more letters to back, not only her, but should have people on board.
To back up our character and who we are, I feel like, but in regards to your question, I would love to answer that. My experience at John Hancock, I was so excited. I loved it. I taught with their executive director. My first teaching job 10 years ago was when she let me come in as an apple, I guess is the new name. She had told me that, I had left so that I could be closer to my home and so I could have a little bit more flexibility in the school PTO because my children are growing up. And so I left literally for that reason. When I applied at my next school, my first thing I said is, I want you to know that I will do everything you've asked me to do, but I do not want to be told no when it comes to my children. And that is something, my moral code that I've ever always held to. So years later down the line, I received a reach out from the executive director to come 2 years prior to the school opening. I'd love to have you. I think you're perfect. And we had this conversation like, I knew I'd always come back to you. It's so exciting. I knew this was going to happen. We're the dream team, My experience was I got to be a dean of a hall similar to the size of John Hancock's model, right? So the Pleasant Grove model is very small. And then what they did is have 5 little schools within a big school. So I got the privilege and honored to be the dean of Liberty Hall. Within Liberty Hall, that Liberty Hall is the reason why I'm here today. Liberty Hall showed me that love, passion, education, carefulness, thoughtfulness, listening, is enough to be over. I thought, if I have this much love and excitement and passion for this group of 160 kids, I can't even imagine what would happen if I got to help students, teachers, educators, aides, custodians, all alike come in and feel the feeling that I have, that we have, our community has. So to further on to that, I want you to know that I enjoyed my time there. I loved it. It was so fun. The experience that I received there, being on IP meetings, helping teachers with their PTO, I got so much experience and I'm so grateful for that. The reason why I left is I noticed that the goal and the hope of the vision or the vision of the school wasn't what I thought it would be. And I really thought, okay, instead of I think we can do this. We have the passion, as you know, we know the people to help us. So I left when I was told that I was no longer able to be a dean of admin. My new role would be a dean, but I would be considered a teacher. That experience is valuable to me because of what we're doing right now today. And so I sorry, my mouth is so dry. I need to drink water or something. I left. That was my number one reason for leaving. It's because I want to move myself. My children are gone. This is my time. This is my time to put in my passion, to put in my knowledge, to put in the people that I know. So I left because my opportunity was no longer what my original contract was. Okay. And so, and I also want you to know that the director and I had a wonderful meeting. I think that I resigned June 19th or 20th. We sat together in her office, we cried together. She told me that she knew we would come back together. She told me very personal things about her connection to my dad, to me. So I don't know if the word's disheartening, it's disappointing. It's disappointing that people would take the time to write something Because again, that reminds me that, well, yeah, our vision doesn't align.
Well, I appreciate your comment. And again, I want you to know that I'm gonna value your response just as much as.
I appreciate that, but I want
I
you to.
do have a follow-up though.
Okay,
And I'm sorry for taking some extra time here, but this is really critical for me. Chair Summers, on the application, you list your current employer as Canyon Grove Academy.
yes,
I understand that's not the case now,
right.
recently.
I really appreciate these questions because just like my interviews, when I interview with new schools, I want to put it all out there. I want people to know.
Let me
How
just ask
quickly
maybe a
would you-
more direct question,
Okay.
just for time considerations.
Okay,
Because I don't doubt your passion and your character.
no, I know, but
But
this speaks of
Let
character.
let me frame a question in a way,
Okay.
and I don't mean to be coming across as attacking. or
No, please do it,
doubtful,
it's fine.
But John Hancock seems to have some concern. And it does appear your most recent place of employment, Canyon Grove, that you left that job in the middle of the year. Starting a charter school, as I'm sure you all are aware, is going to be very stressful. It's a confluence of families and parents and business oversight and government and children. There's a lot of conversations that happen, and some of those are tough. What I'm trying to assess though is this letter, your comments, and then the fact that it appears that at your most recent place, you also have left there in the middle of the year. And I'm just trying to see, can you speak to me or help me give me some comfort on, how your approach as the board chair of this school would be the same or different than these other two situations?
So my first school, I did not leave in the middle of the year.
I think you noted that, end of June, totally
Okay.
fine.
Okay, thank you. And then this job, again, if we were present at dinner table, I would say it's more of their character than mine. It's unfortunate because I value what I believe. But yes, I'll stay focused here. I will tell you that just like I told you, every interview, I'm very upfront. Daughter that recently came back from a church mission who got an opportunity to play soccer at BYU. I have a daughter who's in high school who plays soccer. And so when I went into my interview, I said, John Hancock has been pretty flexible with me going to my kids' things. And I just want to make sure that that's okay with you because I don't want to put you in a position of, I said, I also want to be very honest with you. I also started application and I really said, I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't know about this, I just want you to be very open and honest with you that I did start an application. Let me just say that things changed so much. I was confined to it. I was asked to be confined to an office. It no longer felt like a safe place for me and it no longer felt like what we had agreed upon was going to allow me to attend my children's things or within reason. I'm a professional. This is not my first year. I know. I felt like our conversations that we had and the understanding that she was very well aware, because I'm very honest about what I needed for my life for this year. I said, I even considered not working this year just because you guys, when your last child leaves the house, it's gut wrenching. And so I explained that to her, to the individual, and I was told, no, we'll work with you, your curriculum, you don't have a classroom. I see you in leadership. I want you to be in leadership. None of those things came true. And I asked and I tried and I chased the carrot all year.
That's enough. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your response. Thank you for building questions from the board. We were really at time a little past. I don't know if other board members or things, pressing questions you needed to have answered before we conclude. If not, I'm going to say
Mr.
thank you.
Chair Bowles, could I just make 2 comments?
Please, yes.
Just for the, again, for transparency, for when the time comes to vote. I appreciate the passion. I love teachers as you do, Chair Bowles, more than any other adult humans in the world. And I really appreciate the passion of this group coming forward and wanting to serve students in Utah, public students. I just wanted, for the public record, to go on the record saying that I feel like I would like to advise this group that when we have a process where an application is brought forward earlier in the year that we want to hear more about, when it changes substantially by the full application, that's a bit of a problem because my vote, was to hear about this this Life Skills Academy that had this kind of interweaving of life skills and social and emotional learning. I felt that was a very unique, innovative idea that I personally wanted to hear more about. And what you presented in this full application is an application that is very eclectic. It's hard for me to pinpoint your priorities of emphasis. And when you have too many emphases, it's especially difficult for me to know what this school is going to look like. But what I do know is that it doesn't look enough like the one I voted for some months ago to see in a full application. I would love to see a full application, maybe in another round of authorizing of the one that the state charter school board could review, of the one that we asked to see earlier, because that was what the vote was for. That's why we do that preliminary initial proposal. So I need you to know that that's troubling to me in terms of process. And then finally, it's important not just to know that you sort of have people in the wings that build your board's capacity. I love that. I'm sure it's true. I don't dispute that you actually have people who have said, we'd like to help if this gets authorized. But that doesn't help us make a decision. We need those people to be committed enough to sit on your board as you come forward so that we have confidence that they are ready the day we authorize to begin the very hard work of that pre-operational year. So if this board does not authorize you and you choose to bring or your school, your proposal, and you choose to bring forward another proposal, I would simply advise that you come in with the full capacity of the board so that we have confidence that you are ready to go day one upon authorization. Thanks so much.
Passion is everything. Passion brings people together. Passion brings students together. Without passion, I mean, everything else is learned. Everything else I can dive into. Passion is the glue of what brings a child in that door every day. Am I only full of passion? Absolutely not. I have a teaching degree. I have experience. I'm currently applying for my master's in a couple different things. We mentioned to you at the beginning, we are this board, and I'm sorry that we may have misunderstood that they needed to come on. So I hope that is not the reason why we're anxious. Second, I wish that, I don't know if she's board member Cynthia or if she's just Phillips. I wish that she would have asked us, because we would have loved to answer that question throughout our meeting. We're open book and we have prepared. We spoke with community members, we spoke with our, financial and they've been actively helping us. So I'm so disappointed that the paper was what I needed to make sure I did. I did speak with members of the state and ask, do they actually need to be on, or is it just okay to let them know that going forward? So I apologize. I might have misunderstood that. In regards to board member Phillips, I know that you know that she knows us from our last school, and I find that if I can speak, I feel like we're not getting attacked. I feel like this tells me, whenever you have negativity coming at you, you know that you're making something wonderful because people are afraid. And so, Board Member Phillips, I wish you would have addressed that sooner so that we would have time to make clear your concerns and answer those questions. Because in our minds, we just refined. So we didn't think we changed it. There was such a concern about career, and we wanted to say, we're still very much career, but we're very much this and we're very much that. But I don't feel like our focus is everywhere because I have the parents to prove it. I have the letters of recommendation for teachers that want to come. Secondly, and I hope this is appropriate, and I don't hope this is appropriate, so please forgive me, but I know Board Member Phillips has a close relationship with John Hancock, so it's hard for me to feel like what I appreciate and I respect, and I know that we all try as members of the board and the community to be unbiased, but it's hard when I'm getting from John Hancock, Big Canyon Pro, and this. This just tells me to my core that this is the right thing for us to do, is to open a school. Because the way I'm being treated is never the way I would treat another individual. I would never treat a child like this. I would never treat a teacher so I hope you remember that. This speaks more of another person's character. That's not speak but mine. Passion, yes. I don't want that passion seems to be, oh, you have passion, I appreciate it. I have much more than passion. Passion is just what you're seeing right now, but there is so much more. So please don't discount us for those board members not being here and for confusion. We would take all day if you wanted to help you make sure that we know. So I thank you.
Thank you. Be sure to leave the handouts for us because
Oh,
we
yes,
will
sure.
want to look at those.
Okay.
And thank you for taking the time to prepare those for us, so we
Yes.
have that additional help. We appreciate your, we do, we've said passion several times.
I know.
You have that passion among you. You are obviously caring educators and have in your classrooms and in your various capacities as educators helped a lot of children, and we appreciate that. I will tell you again how much I appreciate great educators and say thank you to you for that work. And we appreciate you wanting to open a school, and we feel your passion around that school. Know that anytime we ask questions or give you advice or help, it really is not as a criticism, but to help you to be successful in the work that you want to do. And we have a lot of background over years with charters and other schools to say, this is what we know needs to happen so you hit the ground running and can be really successful. So know that when we are talking to you, it really is to help you, not to be critical. And we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. I know it's hard to listen to everybody and all this stuff, so thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, it's been a wonderful experience.
All right, y'all, we're a little bit over time, but it was time well spent. If Azure Fields, if you want to come up and get in place, we still would like to take a little break as a board, if that's all right. And actually, you'll want us to, because we'll be more focused. Your application when we come back, if we can have a little stand up and run to the restroom, and we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Or can we start at 25 after? And then we'll take the time we need. Thanks. if we may, and we're ready to have a presentation from Azure Fields, which we've been looking forward to. So if you'll take out your Azure Fields notes, I should probably say it is now 10:24, and we are completely about continue our meeting. We're a little bit behind, but we'll make up time, so we're all right. So Azure Fields, and we'll turn the time to Ms. Stephenson for a little introduction.
Thank you, Chair. All right, we have Azure Fields Charter High School here. They are looking to locate in central or northern Utah County within the school district. Again, this would be grades 9 through 12 with a max enrollment of 520 students. That's growing from 260 up to 520. A few key points. This is a Waldorf-inspired pedagogy emphasizing head, heart, and hands. They are proposing a mandatory work-study program for hands-on experience and a community farm as a living laboratory for sustainability in agriculture. As far as going through your feedback and then sharing that with our readers, a few of the key pieces that were pulled out were that board, you gave them feedback about their curriculum implementation. You stressed the importance of aligning their curriculum with measurable outcomes to demonstrate student success. The way that the applicant responded was that they gave distinct focus on different pedagogical approaches within their charter. They also incorporated PCBL and PBL, and they also made sure that their CTE program was a priority within their application. They did have rigorous goals incorporated, but as our readers noted, they may not be attainable for a majority of the students. They specifically, the readers cited some of the service learning requirements may be especially difficult for some of the students, given the large amounts of hours that they are. Board, you also gave feedback related to enrollment. You encouraged them to validate their enrollment assumptions and to develop strategic marketing plans to effectively reach potential students. And the way that the applicant responded was to outline a 4-stage recruitment process. And then board, you also gave feedback about viability and urged the school to demonstrate how they would maintain financial health and sustainability, particularly with that small initial enrollment, especially as a high school. And the way that the applicant responded was that they increased their initial max enrollment by 10 and their final max enrollment by 20. So you'll notice that it went from 250 up to 260 for that initial ask, and then from 500 to 520 for that final enrollment after year 3. Other feedback from our USBE team, they shared that the integration process that's described to support students with disabilities may end up violating IDEA requirements with the least restrictive environment, as students would initially be secluded from general education courses. And so as a supportive authorizer, we would need to work with them to make sure that that was brought into compliance if this is an authorized school. They also felt like we would need to support this school to understand laws and board rules, specifically looking at creating LEA-specific licensing policies and understanding the license requirements for non-instructional staff such as school counselors. And that is our feedback.
So far. All right, and welcome Azure Fields. As we begin, would each of you mind just reintroducing yourselves? I think we met you in August, but please reintroduce yourselves. And
My name is Christian Swenson. I am a professor at Virginia University and Utah Valley University, where I teach interdisciplinary humanities, critical literature at BYU, and philosophy at UV. I was also a founding board member of Mountain Sunrise Academy, along with myself here, and was briefly employed. So yeah.
I'm Carol Gregory, board president for our board. 15 years of experience in education from multiple states and capacities of schools, both for and public. I was introduced to Waldorf education a few years ago. as I learned more, I found how much it resonated with as a person and with many people in our education communities. I recently finished a master's degree in education leadership and I realized Sarah Archibald. I'm a board and I'm also active in Boulder. Our daughter who will be ready for ninth grade when
Alice Maddox, I'm the board vice president, teacher at Mount Sunrise Academy right now, teaching middle school. I'm also working on a master's degree in constitutional government civics and law. Bring to help with the social studies program.
I'm Carrie Skippers. I'm actually a dental hygienist by profession, but I have 3 children and one work education. Just watch them. I wanted a option for them. My name's Crystal Rose. It's nice to see some familiar faces. I've been involved with Waldorf education for about 20 years now. And I initiated the first Waldorf charter in Utah, West Edge Charter, and which served as one of the 3 directors during the pre-operational. Then I stepped down to co-initiate Treeside Charter, and then stepped down to start Mount Sunrise Academy. And we worked for 3 years to get that approved by the charter. And then I served as executive director doing pre-operational and then for 3 years at Mount Sunrise Academy. And I'm really pleased that this new initiative and growth and want and desire to expand to a high school is happening. And many of the teachers here from Mount Sunrise Academy and family and others that support Waldorf education. I have a MBA and a master's in Waldorf education and a
Thank you. Thank you to each of you board members for being here today and for your application, which we've enjoyed reading. So board members, what clarifications, questions do you have for the Azure Fields folks that you would like? Anyone like to start? I think everybody's pulling up their.
I'll just start with my usual question, if I may, Chair, thank you. I've asked all the first, well, great to have you with us. My experience on this board is in part from just being on a charter school board and founding a charter school. So I always like to ask about the capacity of new boards when they come in. So I'd love to hear from you about how you perceive the breadth of your capacity as a charter school board. Are there any holes you're looking to fill? Do you feel like you have the breadth needed to perform successfully as a government?
And moving this initiative forward, very purposely finding people that help support and move our initiative forward. So reaching out with the community of people who share our vision. It was pointed out last time that we all are specifically Waldorf and diversifying that. So we've been reaching out to others. We've had a little bit of board turnover as life's changed a little bit. And we're looking to refill those positions with more diverse experience. Sometimes you just have to start with the people that you have and work forward and collecting the people that you need. So I also love networking. I love the opportunity to talk to other people and get their experience. And so we've been very purposeful in planning our job descriptions for people to bring forward, reaching out for advice of schools that have been on this path before. We've got 2 K elementary schools that follow this model. And as Carrie said, parents and families are looking for something that is more in line with that to send their students to. And so the Waldorf philosophy is pretty specific in certain ways. And if you don't understand that philosophy, then the outcomes and things that are seen tend to get muddled, and it becomes about the outcomes that we're seeing and not the real purpose of nurturing the whole child. So we've been very intentional of making sure that our board understands Waldorf so that it can maintain no matter who comes and goes, and then also keeping track of we need to bring on more people and networking to find the right people to support our community. I would say, as you know, we all have quite a bit of passion and interest in wealth education, so we need to more fulfill some of these other areas. But I have an MBA, so got the business side. Maybe someone more in the law development to join the board as well. And also we have really high academics, professors and, you know, high school level experienced teachers so that they can know how to fit it more.
Any other? I'll see that. So I will add to that too. I'm not as concerned that a lot of you have Waldorf experience. In fact, you really need Waldorf experience. When you're opening a Waldorf school, you really need to know that and be able to know how to build on. But I think Crystal just talked about know how to build that into a secondary setting, right? How to build the concepts that you've learned, know from the elementary, how to build that. But you kind of need to, much like if you have a Montessori school, right? You need to understand Maria Montessori's philosophy in order to have that school. So I'm not as concerned about that, but as much as you need, again, much like we said to the our last applicant that we just talked with, it's you're primarily educators. Crystal has an MBA, and has some business administration background. You have to understand how our Utah school finance works, and as well as when you're looking for a location, know how to contracts, how to how to secure property, and to be able to do all of that work. So an attorney helps a lot. And marketing folks help. You've got some built-in marketing because it's folks who want to come up from Mountain Sunrise, right, into this model, and maybe others as well who haven't. But I'm not as concerned that you have strong, in fact, I think you have to have strong Waldorf experience, but it's those other pieces. So can you talk a little bit about how you might be able to, what you've done relative for your board to have those other perspectives to help?
We have reached out to financials to make sure that we are following, we plan to contact with them for finances and make sure that we're in line with education practices. And we've been networking with the other schools and resources and reaching out within our community for doing this. I think too, like specialists in the field, like Svenco, or things like already experts in their field.
Just at this point, you don't have those individuals on your
We're
board.
still and we're looking to network people that connect us with some of those resources also. So not necessarily serving on the board, but connections or partnership, like Red Apple.
Okay. And have you kind of had conversations?
Here, I can go. First of all, that reminds me, I should make a disclosure. I do have a brother that works at Red Apple. I have not talked with him about this, and not talked with anybody at Red Apple about this, but it does appear in reading your application that they may have provided support with numbers. So I just want to put that out there. I don't know if I view it as a conflict, but I want to make sure I'm transparent. Two questions unrelated. The first is just kind of I really appreciated your application. I thought it was really helpful and well done. I thought the time you took and you took good notes from the staff to walk through kind of your kind of recruitment process. I love how you identified those 4 stages. With academics, right? A lot of you are from or close to Mountain Sunrise. They're a K-8 school. Azure, do I say it? Azure? Okay. Azure wants to kind of continue that, maybe in a close by area. I think of Emily Marchant, right, the director of Wasatch Waldorf, and she's in the past, and Christelle has explained things like, this is really about building a strong foundation for a child. Sometimes that takes a little longer than maybe the testing curriculum might indicate, right? So in other, these are Clint's words, not anybody else's, but sometimes we'll see a little bit of a lag in grades, but then boy, we come on strong in the end because we've really developed that strong foundation. And I think that's great. And there's validation around the country and worldwide, quite frankly, of the Waldorf. I would like you to speak to though, I did look up Mountain Sunrise's academics and they're not concerning, but I guess I just, more than being concerning, would you kind of speak to how you see the high school being able to finish off that K through 12 thought process and really kind of bring out, perhaps I'm going to guess you think there's strengths that you can really accentuate in the high school environment that would build on to understanding that probably not all of your kids are going to come from a Waldorf school, but just can you help me understand that, particularly aimed towards academic rigor, strong outcomes for children?
I visited Waldorf High School, Credo High School in California. They're very strong in academics. So Waldorf, a little bit of a slower foundational approach, but they're very much excelling in the upper grades with STEM. They were doing robotics, building big machines, very strong. And I call it STEAM more than STEM because the arts are
I like STEAM.
right?
Yeah.
And so it's experiential and they're learning in lots of different ways. So the students are so prepared. They are writing their own textbooks as they grow up through these grades. They're illustrating and writing logic. So they're using whole brain development. So they do come on strong. A lot of it's led like, what is your passion and what do you want to do in the world? Get back to community. It's part of what that is. So whatever that is, it's nurturing that through all of this time and educating them to become, leaders in their field or whatever they want to develop. So.
And as I dive into the whole scope of what we're doing, we are nurturing human beings that are multifaceted and complicated. And we believe that the job of the foundational years of education is to plant seeds and to give them experiences to draw on. And so in the high school, we really draw on past experiences and give skills, the learning comes out of them as much as it's leading them into places to gather in, if that makes sense. And so, yes, specifically with Mount Sunrise or Wasatch or other Waldorf models, whether homeschooled or formal, those experiences would come back and draw into that high rigorous academic work we do in the high school, but also providing opportunities on campus for students to continue those life experiences with the working farm, with the integrated curriculum that they're able to see themselves and the knowledge that is being brought, and for them to rise through their understanding in a more.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add? I think Waldorf education really teaches children to love to learn and to really just reach out for that. I have a 13-year-old that he was with a friend the other day and they spent their whole time together writing a story. So cute. And they just wrote a story together. And I think high schoolers, they tend to resist their education a lot. Teenagers, and Waldorf inspires kids to want to learn, to take charge of their learning. And so there's less of that resistance.
Thank you. I'd love your 13-year-old to hang out with my 10-year-old. The second question I have is really probably just a. So as I was going through this application, I noted your enrollment, and I think it's well thought out. To me, the question for me is, can they get the kids in a high school? That's really one of my core questions. But I think you've thought through this, and I want to give you. I think I do. From my perspective, I think you deserve the opportunity to go try to recruit kids. And if you were to proceed from today with a yes, I think that there are things that the admin team and staff will kind of walk you through as far as core markers, and I think those will be really important. When it comes to facility, this is an area where I spend my career, and I just want to make a few comments that I hope are helpful to you. You detail out to have 260, 9 and 10 grades your first year, then you grow up organically, 1 grade every year, about 130 kids per grade. So you wanted to be in your application, you described a building that would fit 520 students. And I think you detailed that with what I think is pretty good accuracy as far as cost of building and land and where you want to be. And you get to about a $20 million mark. Also, you layered in the financials of that, saying we really don't want to exceed a 15% of our revenues going towards our facility, and we're really mindful of 20%. And then your analysis had that looking friendly. That's where I will insert my comment and advice. It is just because I live in that part of the world. It is really expensive right now with construction. Land is really expensive. Interest rates are higher than we've seen in the recent years. And every school doing what I call a green build or a build up. There's just not a lot of empty buildings laying around Lehigh, Eagle Mountain, even South Jordan. Amazingly, there's not a lot of empty buildings just sitting around waiting to be bought for cheap, as we know. So building is expensive. And as I plotted in, some of the software I use, the payment that I get is about, for 20 million would be, this was quick analysis, but about $1.75 million. I think in your thing, you said, hey, we really want to stay under 950,000. So I'm like, oh, we have a problem. Is this a problem? Can we? I think there is a path. It's a narrow path. But I see in here, there was comments, we want 900 square foot classrooms and this and that. This would be my counsel. If you move forward from today, I would target a building that fits up through your first 3 years, 390 kids. I did some rough math, and now I can't find that rough math. 390 kids times 65 square feet per kid. That's pretty tight. Usually we've done 75. New builds, we have to get really tight. We can make it efficient, but it's tight. That's about 25,000 square feet at $225 to $240 a square foot. And I don't mean to overwhelm you with numbers, but $6 million for your building. And you said you'd love to get 6 acres. I think you're going to have to live with I look at Itinerants, an amazing school. They leased, then they lived on 2 acres. Recently, they saved up all their coins and they bought 0.65 acres. They've made that campus work wonderfully. Now, you don't need to be them. They're not you. You need more green space. You talked about gardens and things like that. But you're really going to have to be very focused on efficient land, because I don't think you're going to go find 6 acres and build 40,000 square feet and survive. You just won't, right? The numbers are overwhelming. I do think there is a pathway forward, but because you bend towards education, I just think you really need to find good feedback on that and avoid situations where you get into something that you think will work early and it doesn't work late. Because the wake of pain and destruction of that is really high in charter schools around the country. So you're going to have to dial that in because it's going to be tight. Your break-even analysis, I frankly will dismiss it because I don't think it's accurate with that bill. If your enrollment needs to be 390, your break-even is going to be like 387. That's what I kind of expected. So you're a riskier situation because you're a green bill. But I will say, I think you deserve an opportunity. I think this was well thought out. I think you're focused. But that's my comment to you, is really on that facility, which is so important to you. Not just location, but all that comes with it. Facility should be a tailwind for you, not a headwind against you. And it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a real challenge. But I just I would offer that to you as advice.
Add into that, if you're thinking about land too at a high school level, that high school kids drive. So you also need a lot of more parking unless you infringe on your neighbors, which is not a good way to win friends. You need space for kids, or a good plan for them to park somewhere else they come in, or other kinds of things, but you have to have plans.
I really appreciated Clint's advice there, and I think it's good to heed that. I know with Mount Sunrise Academy too, times are different, but we still escalated on the price, and we went through the process, and we did have to value engineer our building, so we're open to knowing we might need to scale things down, and that we need to maybe bump enrollment up so that we pay for the building. We did the same thing where we added a couple of grades each year and it worked for us. And I think raising up that to 392, I think is when we started our building too. So just having more enrollment the first year would help with the financing. So we're open to, you know, listening to the experts in that area.
I've also reached out to a few of the construction guys and I have the same concern that you do a little bit because interest rates have been all over the place and they're higher than our historical averages right now, and that is a concern. One of the things that we did talk about, just as a note, is that we're looking at trying, I asked if we could look at building a building that expands easily. So we can't afford that amazing stadium the first year because we just don't have the finances. Can we build a building that has structure in place that maybe 5 years we can do that? So we are looking at potentially.
You're clearly gonna have to decide what can we get with that,
Yeah.
because you'll have to go without one.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that you can't have a great experience inside. But I just don't want that to be a trap
No.
of such, you know,
That's
of a lot of things that were good for me, but that's one thing that just.
And I have one more thing too, not just the Waldorf students we're serving, but like Ignite is right up in Ignite as well. Any whole child model would be attractive to this area, so not just the Waldorf schools in Utah, but also the Montessori schools as well, looking for high schools.
All right, other board members, additional questions? Member Bassett, anything you want to add? Or, Cisneros?
Just curious of, you spoke of it just very broad strokes of, switching from a operational board to a governance board. One of the things that's interesting about this group is, we're not talking to, as a general rule, to newbies. Now, you'd be new in the high school space, which is a different game, but you've already done that steep learning curve. Now you just have to, you know, keep growing. But so do you have people on the board right now who plan to move into leadership? And, you know, I know some of you have been down that road before and that can be just as tricky as not. Can you just talk to us about that plan?
They do have a couple of us that have in leadership at the school, and so looking for people to fill the roles as we get there. But part of it is that experience at high school and with them that she would like to, you know, fill in an administrative role at the school. Is able to be able to, you know, work very closely with them.
You guys outlined a process, how that hiring would work, how that, it can be kind of an ugly situation if the founding chair becomes the director and then the board decides they don't want that person to be the director anymore, but your neighbors or something like that, right? Like makes Christmas parties awkward.
Yeah, and my leadership is that in part, I'm just servicing the community. AIP can't run without me. And looking at building the capacity hubs, looking down the road in as life changes and different things come up, in being able to easily transition those positions. Our structure, our governance structure a little bit. We have the executive director as well as two dean of pedagogy and dean of students that have the tiered leadership structure that are working closely together and making sure that all facets of the community are running well. Someone focusing on supporting the work study program and all of our students, someone focusing on our teachers and making sure they are getting everything that they need, working on certifications and all of that training. And then someone who has legal and administrative experience that can carry that weight. We've been reaching out and we have a few qualified applicants interested should we go forward. And then just making sure that we have clear goals for what those jobs would be and a rigorous interview process. Make sure that we are finding the right people. We're not afraid of turnover. It's going to happen probably more quickly than we would like, but that it happens. And planning for that from the beginning gives us a really strong
decision, that it doesn't throw things off. Also making sure that our new board members, we have a very specific list of requirements for them to come in so that they know what they're going to. Requiring our new board members to join us in the Waldorf journey. So they don't have to have Waldorf experience to join us, but it will be required that they get on board with that as we move forward. That will preserve our goals and our vision for the community, so that no matter who enters the capacity, our training and our onboarding processes, we've been very purposeful and very intentional about making sure that those transitions will be as smooth as possible. Well, that it seems like if you do some statistic with charter school and success in charter schools, they do well if there's someone on the board that has that big picture to lead that into the school themselves. I think that's as well.
Additional questions, members Cisneros,
No, thank you.
Vice Chair Spiker. As we're coming close to that, Member Phillips, you have some questions for Azure Fields?
No, just a comment. I appreciate them trying to meet the needs of the families that have started in Waldorf in this model. And I felt like it was a strong application. I appreciate that the student enrollment starts low and, sort of transitions upward so that they can build capacity in each of those following grades. So thank you.
I'm just going to say to you, tell me what you see as your challenges. What do you think are going to be your challenges? This school is approved and you're ready to start working towards that end to open. What are going to be, where are you going to work? What are your challenges?
One of them is making sure the teachers have the training for Waldorf education so that they can serve in that, since that's our model. We have reached out and have a solution for that where Alliance for Public Waldorf Education Services, like I think over 50 schools now in the US, and have these annual conferences, but getting specialists who know to train the teachers who can then service the children in that way. So I think that would be a big need and a focus, as well as just marketing, letting people know. I think the Waldorf movement was new. We started our first school in 2016, and now we have two Waldorf and another Waldorf inspired charter. But we have a Utah Waldorf group that has 900 families. So I think just hitting marketing hard as well, letting people know about this. And we've heard a lot of people are excited about this potential.
You've heard some of those challenges today. I hope you also know that your challenge is going to be a space to have a school. That's going to be something you work on pretty quickly. Have a place for a school financially that you can afford that. I'm also going to suggest that a challenge is have good experience in the early grades, high schoolers. Things change by the time they have a lot of other job by that time, that you're going to have to be thinking about what's going to keep high school age kids in this school. What are we doing that will keep them in it? And the model will do most of it, right? Because families love that, want them to come through, but some other kinds of things that you're going to have to think of to give them opportunities. I always say high schools have to have 3 A's: academics, arts, and athletics. Well, you have some of those already built in, right? Those A's. But you may have to think about other partnerships or ways. Think about those challenges are going to be at a high school level. So you need those 3 A's. Actually, I kind of added a 4th, activities, which you also have those kinds of things. So think of what will take the place of some of that and make sure that there's a way to retain kids, because our high schools, charter high schools, and we give that as experience. And we have a member of our board who's worked closely with one of our successful charter high schools. The trick is retaining kids, right? Retaining kids in that school because they have other potential opportunities or other kinds of things that they see as strong with their neighbors or other friends. So think of that, even though this model they can't get somewhere else. That's part of it. And I've been honest always in the past to say, and I keep being proven wrong, and I said that in August, that I always, when the Waldorf model is, I don't understand it, to be honest with you, always feels kind of esoteric. doesn't feel scholarly, doesn't feel grounded in academics, doesn't feel like kids are together. I love when kids go home and write, but are they also writing about science and they have strong mathematical understandings? You know, so they're getting social studies. They have things to write about, right? They have to have all of that in one place. So always make sure, and I think that was a caution we saw from the state board also, that maybe folks from the state board looking at are there strong curriculum and academics. Probably they come from the same direction I do, because we look at it and say, thing seems kind of iffy. You know, it doesn't feel nailed down like direct instruction course they're used to, right? So you want always, if this school's approved, make sure that as a challenge too, that you always, you can present this school, these kids are succeeding academically, they're entering universities or other post high school learning, which every child needs, whatever that post high school learning looks like, they need that towards careers. So making sure that that happens. How you're going to keep kids, challenges of buildings, kids drive, they're different than little people. High school folks are different than little. I don't have new needs. I'm not just talking about love affairs in school, right? It's always the required, but those also come with it.
Where I'm from, it was each.
I've been a high school principal, I'll tell you. You know, there are other things that come along the way. All right, so just think of those challenges so that you're being prepared.
Yeah.
And having, I think also one of your challenges, if you're approved, is that have other expertise on your boards, additional expertise. Because we know that a strong board with all that diversity of perspective it only helps you to succeed. Only helps you to succeed. So that there's a good balance. Board members, anything else you want to add to this? Any parting words, Asher Fields? Anything you don't need to? Include.
Want to thank you for your time and listening.
We appreciate you too. Thank you for taking the time to write an application, to write a full application, and to be here with us today and answer our questions so that we might discuss and make some decisions. And we're going to do that right now. So thank you so very much.
Finally, thank you so much. I feel like very supportive process, sharing a learning experience that I value a lot, no matter what the decision. It has given me a better educator and a better supporter of Utah schools and Utah charters.
Thanks, Carolyn. Our whole point is really to help schools be successful. If we make a decision to support we are a team. And so that's our whole work. Yeah. So thank you for acknowledging that. Thank you.
I just have to say, I understand your feelings of having it feel kind of out there.
I'm honest about it.
I mean, I was educated very scientifically, and
Yeah.
and I just found that when you give kids charge of their education, you're talking about school, and they're they want to do their own thing, and all their hands feel like they are having control of their education.
Thank you for that endorsement. That's a good thing to hear as well.
And thank you so much for all of yours.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here today. All right, board members, we now have a task ahead of us. We have 8 applications, and we have to make a decision about, are these schools ready to have that support to open. That of course means that we continue to work with them closely. Our team works with them very closely beyond this point. It means that there's some investment of tax dollars that we are also conscious of, that we have to be careful how our public tax dollars are spent. But if we commit, we're committing some public money to support those schools towards that opening. So I know we all take our responsibility very seriously in doing that and wanting to support really good schools for families, for children. And being conscious of how those tax dollars are spent as well. So, could we just start through each of the schools we reviewed today? Let's just start one at a time, and then we can have any final discussion and entertain motions potentially. So let's start with custom class.
Chair
which is-
Bowles,
Oh,
Member
sorry.
Phillips, may I just make one quick statement?
Please.
When the proposal for Life Prep Academy was given to us back in, several months ago, I disclosed a conflict of interest with some of the teachers on that board because I had helped them with licensing, and the board, which might have made me favorably disposed to that proposal, because when you work closely with people on things like licensing or whatever, you get close to them. And the board at that time did not feel it was a conflict. However, given that, and of course, it had nothing to do with John Hancock. This was a new proposal, and that wasn't even an issue at the time. Given that John Hancock has come out with a public statement related to this application, I would like to recuse myself from the vote for that particular school. My disclosure before was for a very different reason, and I would like to step back at this time upon reflection.
Thank you, Member Phillips. And we appreciate that. And that's in our board bylaws, actually, to always disclose any conflicts that we have and to excuse ourselves from that vote. Oftentimes even discussion, I don't think there was any concern with your questions you asked. It wasn't related to the individual. So thank you so much. We appreciate that. Thank you, Member Phillips, for that disclosure. Let's start then with custom class charter school. Do I have any entertain questions, discussion, or motion?
Chair, before we do that, a silly question, but can you just confirm what the approval motion would be today for any of the schools we're considering? Is it approving the application as presented or something more specific?
We have the opportunity, I believe, and I'm going to look to Ms. Dickinson because she keeps us in line with statute always. But my thought is that we make a motion, but connected to that motion, we can also say these things need to happen. But our motion is going to be to approve that school to move forward in the process, which means they continue to work with our team. And in working with our team, we may give still some additional direction to that. Does that help you, Member Olson?
Yeah, so we're approving it to move forward in the process.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah. So that will happen as Ms. Stephenson outlined. Go ahead.
So essentially, you would be saying you would like to authorize this charter school. But if you said like you wanted to authorize a different amount of students, like the next step will be to actually create that charter agreement, which again is a bilateral agreement between the two boards. And so you would have that ability to put in some pieces that, as a board that you wanted to see in there. Their board, of course, would also need to agree to those pieces, and that would be the next step, would be that negotiation
Concurrence.
essentially
That's right.
between the two boards.
Okay, thank you.
All right. But really, if we're making a motion, we're approving that school to, for all intents and purposes, to open.
To open
But
as
we may
an
get some
author.
guidance to how that school could open because we want them to. All right. Now, custom class. Any thoughts? Discussion?
I'll make a kickoff comment for
Yeah.
our first applicant. I am really impressed. I'm impressed with what they've written. I'm impressed with how they present. I know that it was noted that they probably need to add to the team, but I feel like they deserve a chance to, what they've done so far, I think they'll also likely or hopefully do that well. I would be comfortable making a motion, but as I kind of telegraphed, I'm gonna be more comfortable seeing them execute well on a smaller list than 1,400. I don't love that precedence. I don't love it for them. I totally hear them when they're like, oh, we're gonna be stuffed at the gills early on. And if they are, I would say, please come back. And that second discussion would probably be very fair. But it doesn't feel like we clip their wings in any appropriate way to have them be capped at the kind of their year 3 target, which I show is 920. So I'm not sure how to word that, but that would be my current thinking, but I'm happy to hear feedback. I'm really comfortable with this group as far as I think it's an appropriate allocation of resources to see them move forward. But I am hesitant, both for precedence and just, out of concern for their well-being to authorize for 1,400. But would be very excited about something closer to the 920 number, which is their year 3.
Knowing that we have a process for expanding if folks see that. All right. So you want to take a stab at making that motion?
I would motion that we approve custom chart, custom classical, custom. Please, somebody give me the words. It was a late night, several late nights. I would motion that we approve custom class charter school. Thank you.
Got it.
To move forward in the process towards authorization, but with one amendment to their application, and that is instead of 1,400 students, approving them with a cap of 920.
All right, so motion to approve custom class charter school, amending that request to their 3rd-year cap, which was 920. Thank you. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second now.
And a second from member Olson. Further discussion from the group?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thanks, Chair. I second all those comments. It's an excellent board. They're very impressive. I love their answering and handling the questions. I thought that was well done. I have to say this, and it's not tongue in cheek. I bristled just a little bit when the comment was made, we have a diverse board. I know that was intended to say we've got diverse experiences, but hearing that from 4 white men sitting at the table, I bristled just a little bit at that, but I know that's not how it was intended, but I would still encourage this board to go out and seek broader perspectives. I think that would be very, very useful. They definitely need more educators to participate in the board, but that doesn't slow me down. I think the proposal is excellent and well thought out. I would support it.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Like you, I was actually quite pleased that they were not swayed and stepping away from that model. That actually increases my confidence in the commitment that they have to their model and their reasoning for the K-12. So I was pleased with their answers in that regard. Any of the things that came up, they're not enough for me to, like, a dash line on the org chart would solve your concern, right? I don't think there was enough things, and interestingly, foreign in education coming and bringing a proposal is actually even odd. Think about the amount of applications we see are typically, of female persuasion. So I'm kind of like, I was thinking the other way, wow, that's an old dude. And jocks that are all willing, I mean that with endearment. So I was kind of pleased with who their board is. So there's a few things that I think they need to learn, but all of us at some point were novices and having to learn. And I agree with Member Biesinger's statement that this is a justified use of public funds. So I will be voting in support.
There's one make comment before we go. Yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I also would just like to be transparent for the upcoming vote. Very similar to what we've already heard at the table. And I like the amendment of 920. So one of my hesitations was that number. This amendment solves that for me. I'm excited about Portrait of a Graduate. The application, as we've already stated, was so clear and well thought out and easy to navigate. And I do think you may encounter some challenges, but I have confidence in this board and the ability to navigate that. So I also will be voting in affirmation.
Anyone else comment before we go to a vote? It sounds like we're ready. Right, let's go to a vote now. Recap the best I can and so on. We'll be finished. But the motion I'm hearing is that we approve custom class charter school. That they will now be authorized to open. We are entering an agreement with them. But we will enter an agreement with her at 9:20 at this point. And that's the motion. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. That was a unanimous vote. So congratulations, custom class. We now are partners in your school. We'd like to see you move forward. Knowing that, as you heard at that cap, knowing that there are ways to expand that cap. So you come back to us and say, see, you should have listened to us in the first place.
What a great meeting that.
Do that, yeah.
We will welcome. We will be happy for that. But our other direction that we get are with staff, asking staff as they work with you to assure that you have some diversity on your board, maybe diversity of types of individuals, but diversity also relative to adding educators, particularly around special education. Any other comment that we need to add to that? So we leave those comments with you and say, congratulations, welcome. We're glad to have you. Thank you so much. All right, let's move to our next school. We then look at Ripple Academy. Do we have any discussion, comment, motion relative to Ripple Academy? Please.
I just want to say thank you to everyone in this space as we listen to the representatives in the board from Ripple Academy. It was very clear that, I mean, I think I might have heard the word passion a handful of times,
Right.
over and over again. And so I think it's very clear that the passion is there. And we all know that passion is the gateway to your success. At least that's what my PhD chair always said.
Yeah.
So I think that I just want to be really clear that I feel that that was very evident and to be celebrated, especially in a time where it is, the rhetoric around teaching can be challenging. Also, I would agree with the line of questioning and what was stated and the final comment from Member Phillips about just the change in the direction from the initial approval from our first when we first reviewed the 10-page short application. I'm sorry, the proposal. Oh my gosh, I'm not drinking caffeine. It's great. And so I that is unsettling for me because that really resonated with me in the proposal. And just as much as an experiential school, it definitely resonates with me, but I felt that it was not as cohesive or coherent really as it needed to be for me to feel confident funding a school ready to go. I think I would invite them to come back, I think with some revision and some clarity of just, of where that passion is going to really be able to flourish. And so, yeah, and it's clear too. I mean, anytime that our emotionality it comes in, it can provide us great power. It was also, I think there's some, just room to clarify some of the concerns that were raised.
Ready for a motion?
I could start that.
I'll give us a discussion.
Okay, great. I'd like to make a motion to not approve Ripple Academy to move forward in the just in the school process. So I'm
second to that motion,
I'll second that.
and a second from Member Olson. So initial from Vice Chair Spiker, second Olson. Any further discussion? Member Cisneros.
Chair, would like it stressed that that we invite them back if the vote is unanimous, because I think we were all excited about the proposal, not just their passion. I think it's fantastic to see people excited about this work, but I think we all appreciated this concept of world of work and the focus on that. And unfortunately, when the instructions were to go into specificity, they actually went vague. And I think what that has expressed is that they're just not quite there yet in improving and some of them are, I know they're ticky-tacky things, but like the application didn't clean up the removal of 7 to 8. Formatting was off, even things like typography and spacing. And I know that sounds ticky-tacky, but what it does is to me, it expresses a lack of attention to detail. And the application is the easiest part of this entire process. And so is that a lack of attention to detail going to come over in contracts and into building issues and following state law? And so it triggers in me that there's still a level of growth that needs to occur for this board. And although I love their passion, I disagree. Passion is not enough in this space, especially when we're talking about millions and millions of public dollars. We have to have things that are polished and finalized and a lot of attention to detail on that. So although I do love and was excited back in August about this world of work, and kids do love to expose themselves to multiple career options. And that was really exciting to get them excited about seeing how education connects to their dreams and how do we get you into those dreams. Like, don't let somebody tell you can't be an astronaut or an acrobat or whatever you want to be. Instead, find the pathway forward in your passion. So I would love to see them come back with all of the feedback that we've given them thus far.
Additional comments?
I'd like to add, because I know I brought up something that wasn't easy to discuss. It wasn't easy for me, but I thought it was important for me. I'll call it a character issue. I view all of the schools within the board's purview and portfolio as partners. I'm grateful that schools bring forth, especially to put it on a public record, something that can be uncomfortable. But I do want to re-articulate, at times I understand schools are going to see things differently. People are going to see things differently. I stand on one corner, you stand on another, we see an accident, we both could have different, so I want to just make sure I acknowledge that I did not mean to in any way sabotage or scuttle. I just really wanted to give people a chance to speak. Having said that, I hope they'll value that feedback. The other comment I have is, because I am going to support the motion as it was stated. I liked, I think it's helpful when we hear from a broad range of folks. And I think with that particular application, Chair Summers was really articulate, but I would appreciate more input from kind of the wider team. One of the risks in charter schools is that so few people make a difference. And that's one of the great things about charter schools, is that so few people make a difference. But I think it's important to have a board-wide engagement, and I think that could be perhaps looked at and done a little bit differently, and may I even say better for future presentations. But I would be definitely interested in further dialogues.
I share in the comments of my colleagues, which were well stated. I'll just add that I'm still concerned about the depth of the board and the lack of vetting from others. And I understand there may be a miscommunication, which is why I don't think it's the end of the world. And I would invite them back with some further vetting from greater depth and diversity of board members. One of the things that really concern me the most, I'm concerned that the charter application is just not finished. It's just not done yet. My question, I was concerned about the answers to my question about what is unique about this school. First thing that was stated is this concept of micro spurts, or as it says on this handout, micro bursts. But there's nothing in the charter that talks about that. Those words don't come up at all. And what was stated, it sounds like something that, as Marie stated, is in all statewide curricula about experiential learning. So I fear that it's just not finished yet. We have a non-finished product, and that gives me pause in advancing it. But does not scare me away from hearing some further submission down the road.
Additional comments? from anyone?
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
So, having not been here for our August meeting and experiencing this today, one of the first things that stood out to me as I was reading the application, I came to the page of just motto, and there were two. And I thought, oh, that's an oversight. They might not have voted on the one they wanted or deleted the one that, shouldn't have been there. But there are two mottos, and I think that is speaking larger to this issue of maybe just it's still an incubation. These ideas that we're putting together and we're putting on the page that aren't quite clarified or cleaned up or combined. And I'm on the same page as my colleagues. This idea of not yet. It's not enough for me to say yes to. I'm still interested in the concept, but I'm not a no never either. And so I will be voting against authorizing the school today, but I think there's still potential in that passion and the model. So just so you know where I'll be voting.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I think everyone here has had an opportunity. I'll just reiterate again that Member Phillips has recused herself from the vote today. So the six will vote that case. And I'm not seeing additional comments, so I'll call for a vote. The motion is not to approve Ripple Academy at this point, not to approve them moving forward. And all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Right. Watching each of you, that was a unanimous vote. I feel like I'm on the television show The Voice, and no one turned their chair. But we are saying, please keep working and come back and sing for us again, right? Come back and sing for us again. Feedback I think we've heard is that these are people who are excited about potential ideas for kids, but it hasn't yet pulled sharply into focus and gel. So what we would recommend, looking right at you, is say, please continue to sharpen that focus, bring it into gel. If I ask any one of you individually for your elevator speech, you each should be able to say, this school is about boom, 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 boom. And no question, strongly in mind. I think you have some good ideas of things that could happen in this school, but not yet. That's, at least we're getting yet that strong in focus detail and hasn't yet gelled. And when it does, you're going to launch and be tremendous. So we encourage you to come back, sing for us again next year or when you are ready. And I'm sorry we didn't turn our chair today. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Keep working at it, and our team will continue to help you. This doesn't mean that you're just out on your own. They will still be happy to continue to work with you on some of those issues and help you to do that. So thank you. All right. So we're ready to talk about Azure Fields. Any discussion, question, motion relative to Azure Fields?
I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'll save my comments for after I make the motion, but I would move that we approve the Azure Fields application, move forward in the process toward optimization.
Motion from Member Olson for Azure Fields to be authorized to open as a school to move forward in that process. Do I have a second to that motion?
Take it.
I'll second that.
And a
motion.
second from Member Bassett. All right, now additional comments, discussion.
May I, Chair? Thank you. I have zero experience in Waldorf education as a model, but I have full respect for it. I took the time to research in advance of the meeting sufficiently to know that it provides a meritorious educational experience and that there are a lot of people who are very passionate about it. It has a following, which is sufficient for me. I was most impressed with this board. Incidentally, the board doesn't have a lawyer. It doesn't appear to have a CPA on the board, but it didn't bother me because I was so impressed with how they handled all the questions today. especially the questions about depth, questions about the market out there and what it looks like. I feel like this is a deep board with a depth experience in leadership. And I have confidence that they can pull this off, notwithstanding some of the financial challenges that were well pointed out today. I feel confident that they can find a way to make this work and be successful and add to our portfolio.
Thank you for this comment. Motion? Any additional comments from anyone?
I'd like to just offer a comment. At the point in life where I really do value diversity, I think the school represents a unique and expansion of diversity within its portfolio. I really like their team. I think that was well articulated. I do think this is a riskier end of kind of an authorization, but I'm comfortable with that. I think they have earned the chance to move forward. I just would, because I think they're in the room, I just think of the things they have to do next, where they really have to start this dialogue with their community about enrolling kids. That validation of getting high school kids here is going to be paramount, and they should be well on the way by their first March call. I hope that they can report that they have a full 260 indications at that point, and even some behind it. If they get to that point and they have 105, then I think that's challenging. But I believe it's real, and I really appreciate the value of a Waldorf education. It's different than most of us have been around. But I have been in, I've been in Mountain Sunrise, I've been in Wasatch Waldorf. It's so cool. It's like walking into REI. They're very humble. It is just, it's so cool. I love that they sing, they crochet, like they do things, but it is just a really wonderful approach to not just education, but life. And I would be thrilled to see them move.
Thank you for that direction. Others comment? Questions?
Yeah, I just echo comments from my colleagues, and it is risky. A high school Waldorf school is risky and also exciting for me, because we know this would be the first, and a great opportunity. I think that as Member Olson mentioned, that there is definitely a following and a community, and there is a need and a want. And it makes me just think about a graduation speech I saw at the end of last year from a collegiate graduate. And she talked about how so many people, right when you're getting ready to graduate, everybody asks you, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And she said, I just wish they would ask me who I want to be. And her whole speech was about that we are trying to educate humans being instead of humans doing. And I feel like potentially the Waldorf high school model that is before us today potentially could help us achieve that, where students can focus on who they are all meant to be, versus just focused on our output and what we do. So I'm excited, again, just like as we mentioned with the first school we discussed today, I'm excited to see you all flourish, and that in a couple of years, we're gonna be like, wow, we need 5 more. So those are my comments.
Thank you so much. Additional comments from the board?
Sure.
Members, Cisneros.
So to start with ditto, but to explain my vote, so I actually Googled it. The oldest Waldorf high school has been around since like 1942. And I feel like that lends some credence to it, because I believe this board is so plugged into the Waldorf community that they know how to learn from other people and their expertise and experience. So that gives me a lot of comfort. Also, if you look at our 3 Waldorf schools, generally speaking, Waldorf families seem to stay. And so the initial launch might be tricky, and high schools they give me a lot of pause. And it's not because I'm afraid of competition, it's because teenagers are odd ducks. I love them dearly. But But it's hard in that high school space. It really is. But I think it's a good risk because it's an exciting risk. Because this board is really committed to their vision. And I also have been in the Waldorf schools and I've seen the academics happen. I've seen eighth graders get up and present really, really solid arguments that are not siloed. You know, that's the exciting thing is you watch these kids be able to put together and they make cross-discipline connections and they understand its relevance to what's happening outside of the school space. And so I think it is academic. I think it's just not the traditional siloed academics that we're used to. So I would love to see that expand up into, I hope and just pray that they can find enough high school with the 3 feeder schools and the other child. I feel like they can get there. I want to put a challenge to this board though, that I hope they will take. A few years ago, our board approved a really, really cool middle school model that everybody was really excited about, saw a lot of potential. And unfortunately, either it wasn't the right time or the right space or other parents weren't as excited because junior high kids are even more weird than high school kids. I don't really know, but it didn't work. And they came back and they worked with us and they worked with waivers and they did everything, single thing that they could possibly do. And then they did the most impressive thing to me, and that was they surrendered their agreement. They owned up to the promise that every board sits here and makes and says, we will do. And then typically what happens is they make excuses and they justify or they change their charter and they just hang on. And then it ends up being an ugly divorce later on. And so I'm just going to ask if they can't get to that number because high school is expensive, independent of the land issues, high school is expensive, that they will have the integrity to pull back that charter if they find it really doesn't work.
Swords.
Drop your swords. Not for sure. Put the shovel down. Right. That's not part of the motion. I can't force that. I just put that out as a challenge to be integrable with that.
Thanks. Any additional comments? Member Phillips, I don't want to leave you out if there's a comment you wanted to make.
Thank you, Chair. No.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, I'm not seeing additional discussion, so I think we're ready for a vote. The motion is to approve Azure Fields and for them to open on this next cycle to move forward, and that we've approved, authorized this charter with Azure Fields. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I didn't hear any.
Aye.
Thank you, Member Phelps. That's what I was looking for. So that was a unanimous vote to move forward. Please do so in good faith and congratulations to you. A lot of hard work. And listen, I hope that those challenges that we've presented to you, cautions and things that you be thinking about, and all given to you with the intent that you are successful. But it's all given with the best intent in mind to help you to be a successful school. Keep proving me, as others are saying, no, it's academic, Brian, it's academic. Just keep pushing that. And I'm from an arts background and I'm saying that, so just keep proving me wrong and you'd love that, okay? Congratulations to you. Way to go. I think we should applaud both schools. Looking in a portfolio and know we're all here to help you. Our goal is, once we make that commitment, we are part of your team as well. And we're here to help you to succeed for families and children that you're serving, and we want that to happen. So let us do that. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, thank you. Good work, board. Thank you to all those applicants today as they presented. We're even just a couple of minutes ahead. We have a break for lunch. Is the lunch ready? And we'll go into the next room, Andrea. Thank you so much. So, board, we're back in here, ready to listen to some satellite applications at 12:30. So I'm going to ask, will you be back in your seats by 25 after so that you're getting 5 minutes on this end. So give me 5 minutes on that end. So we're ready to start right on time because we have a big event tonight. We want to be on time this afternoon, okay? We can say congratulations to our team as we move into lunch, these two new teams. So thank you. We're adjourned till after lunch. is 12:30. I'm following that clock, and my T-Mobile time says 12:30 as well. 12:30. I'm following that clock. And my T-Mobile time says 12:30 as well.
Such wisdom.
That's only to be surpassed by when I'm teaching and my Apple Watch says, "I don't understand." And the rest of my students say, we don't either. So, here we are, January 16th, 12:30, we are beginning. And we're going to begin with Ms. Stephenson, who's going to give us an overview. We are now considering two satellite application processes that's going to talk to us about the satellite process. We have two of our great schools who are here today proposing satellites, which is always good news. All right.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just getting back into our meeting. Oops. Let's get that fixed real quick. She will not be joining this afternoon. She's finished. All right, let me share my screen. All right, thank you for your patience. We are discussing satellite expansion applications. First up, we have Wallace Stegner Academy. Wallace Stegner Academy is currently serving grades K through 9, but they have currently been authorized to offer grades K through 12 by school year 30. So they are already in the middle of some growth that you have authorized as a board. Their current max enrollment is 2,220, but they are authorized for an LEA max enrollment of 2,910, again by that school year 30. And so today they are coming and also requesting a satellite school. This would be an additional 810 students. And the location is listed in their application as a to be determined between Sunset, Clinton, Clearfield, that would be serving Davis County School District area, and Roy, which would be the Weber County School District area. As far as their justified need, Wallace Stegner Academy is currently serving over 2,000 students across their 3 campuses. And of those students, they are serving students that are at risk of academic failure, and they are closing the achievement gap. They have identified a target area that's outside of Salt Lake County where they see another significant achievement gap and a high risk of academic failure, and they would like to open the satellite in that identified area. And they do meet the eligibility requirements as listed in RT 77552 to be eligible to ask for a satellite. They also have identified this as a strategic opportunity. They are intending to locate their new satellite in a retired Davis School District Elementary School building. With that, I believe Director Kramer wanted to speak about the requested waiver.
Thank you, appreciate it. We have, Marie and I have been in extensive conversations with Wallace Stegner Academy, both about their satellite, but then also about this waiver. Now, we don't grant a waiver. That's the Utah State Board of Education. And my understanding, our understanding after talking with Wallace Stegner Academy leadership is that they're going to go ahead and seek that waiver to open up sooner than what we would typically have go through with one of our satellite locations. And so then an authorizer has these opportunities that are listed. Number 7, approve a proposed large expansion request for satellite. And then you can see B and C, so you can kind of read through those. I think one of the things that we wanted to just bring up for the board's consideration is that Wallace Stegner, in our conversations with leadership again, because one of the questions that if board members might have is, okay, well, what about enrollment projections? What about, making sure that we get everything in according to the timelines that are established for enrollment, because if the waiver is granted, it kind of messes with the enrollment projections which are already in place for 2026. And they have shared that they have the capacity, the financial capacity to bridge the gap and forego being part of the enrollment forecasts, the typical enrollment forecasts. That means that they have the cash flow, that they have the capacity to cover until the time when schools get true up dollars. And so I think that that's a strong consideration when you think about this waiver. It would be a recommendation. I think that our board chair would be to recommend to then have the USBE follow up with the possibility of their actual waiver. And so that was enough detail. We didn't want to have 10 minutes of present and multiple slides because it's a pretty simple request. It's a request for us to recommend that we recommend to the USBE that they get the waiver to operate on time, with one of the most significant factors, again, being that they do not need to be part of the overall enrollment projection process, could forego those payments until November. Thanks for letting me just elaborate on that part of it a little bit.
So, and of course, we're going to consider the satellite. And then if we consider the satellite, we could also consider recommending David Stegner School would still have to apply to the State Board of Education, but taking a letter from us as well with a recommendation is helpful to them in that process if we pass that initial satellite. So it's contingent on approval of the satellite, and then beyond that. Anything else, Stephenson, you want to talk about?
It came up because of the strategic aspect of location. The strategic opportunity is really the crux of why they wanted to open up sooner, to get going on enrollment and things of that. Thanks.
Yeah. So just, along those same lines, the conclusion was that Wallace Stegner Academy's satellite request is a strategically planned, time-sensitive response to a high-need area with a vacant school available.
So let's do this. Let's have some Wallace Stegner folks, and we maybe come and join us at the table. We maybe not have enough room for everyone, but if you'll be selective and say, these are the folks we'd like to join, and then we can turn back to you if you need to have come and join us at the table, please. And as they do that, it is a good opportunity for them when a school is available. Actually, it's a great model. We would hope that kind of synergistic relationship would happen in other districts who are closing schools potentially, as they are closing schools for a school to become a charter school is a great use of public properties. It's a great way to do that. We've even talked about, we saw in our last national convention, that schools, much like our necessarily existent small schools, have all become charter schools in those states. And so that also is a good way. So we're looking forward to it. And I will tell you, the school there that they would like to move into used to be an open concept classroom school, but was brilliantly remodeled. And who was there when that happened? Help that model. But it really is a beautiful model, right? Yeah, it's a beautiful school. So better to put it to good use when it's not needed anymore in its former capacity. All right. So thank you for joining us at the table, Wallace Stegner folks. And are there any comments, questions that you have to clarify issues with these folks as you read their satellite application? Anyone from our board?
I'll just, I think this is pretty straightforward. And I admire the school's mission. I think it's wonderful that they're doing what they're doing where. I don't want to go on too long, but I heard a speech years ago where somebody said, this person's opinion, he says, in my opinion, poverty kills more people on earth than anything else, even cancer. And the thing that changes anybody, whether you're talking about extreme poverty in a third world country or even relative poverty, which we still have even in parts of Utah, is education. It is the best inoculation towards helping communities and families and people move forward. And I, from a distance, have admired Stigner. Running towards the fire, so to speak, and just doing an amazing job. So I think it's pretty straightforward and well, at least from my seat of everything I've read.
Anyone else on board? Member Olson?
We've got to give them something to talk about. So let me just throw this out there, since you were last in front of us, the report on your expansion, how that's going. Tell us in a couple sentences why this is important.
Yeah, I can just give you some updates on how we've been functioning as a network. As you guys know, we opened our second campus in 2022. We've expanded that school to serving almost 800 students. Just after 2 years of RISE assessments, that school is the highest performing public school in West Valley City out of all district and charter schools. That school was nominated and won the 2025 National ESEA Distinguished School Award for Post Achievement Gap student groups. Also in the last year, we've joined the Charter Growth Fund, which is the largest philanthropic charter school group in the country. We get to learn from and collaborate with literally the best education reformers in the nation, like the Common Schools, IT Academy, Rochester, Yes Prep, Beehive Academy. We've also secured around $4 million in grants to continue our mission. The reason we're here in front of you guys is because we've just opened our current campus. It also has 800 students. In the last month alone, we've gotten over 700 new student applications as a network. So there's a lot of people who need what the services we offer, and we just have the capacity to serve them.
What's on?
Great point.
I was just gonna say, I'm reviewing, just as we were hearing the intro, I pulled up your website and I was like, what is the secret sauce?
Yeah, I can tell you, it's very simple. We believe that the most important thing in any school is the quality of the teacher. So we put all of our resources into getting, what we've done is we've gotten really, really good at training new teachers. We like to brag for ourselves that we can take a brand new teacher and make them like a 5th year teacher by the end of the first year. And we use things like Teach Like a Champion, intensive coaching, with lots of feedback and quantitative feedback, not just subjective feedback. So we can specifically say, like, what I really want you to do is stand in this corner and radar your room. Then I want you to do 3 cold calls, and then we have a class discussion. And then we just follow up with it constantly. A lot of filming. Our school leaders aren't so much managers, they are primarily coaches. That's what they spend almost all of their time doing.
Yesterday, we had the Church School Growth Fund come out. Daryl speaking tonight. He came out and toured our current campus, and we took it. The 2 classes we took him into were both teachers that we could train. So the first one was a paraprofessional when he first started with us, and now he's a 3rd grade teacher here teaching. The other one was somebody who started with us as a teacher in training. That's kind of our way of bringing people in, training them, getting them ready to go so they can go to a classroom. She was a teacher in training, started about this time last year, and is teaching as well. And she's crazy nervous, and you know, you can just hear her hesitating and going through it. But class. So in the hallway, we were talking to Daryl, and one of the things he said is like, I want you to go back. I want you to tell that teacher that if I were to guess if she was a 1st-year teacher or a veteran teacher, I would have absolutely guessed that she was a veteran. And so that was really a great opportunity. And then later on, we were talking to them, talking about how like we would love to talk about a school group in Florida that had just decided they're going to start their own teacher policies. Oh, we would love to do that. Both Daryl and Marsha were like, no, you guys already can start. That's just our teacher program and training of our teachers, taking care of those.
And I've said to you before how much I like Teach Like a Champion, and that's just so important. It's such a great way to learn to teach. And I can tell you though, You don't ever need to say, we think that a great teacher in every classroom. You say, a great teacher in every classroom is the key to great education. Because without question, there is no silver bullet. It is a great teacher in every classroom. It's great education. That's just absolutely the truth. Anyone else have questions? I'm gonna ask you, I'll ask a couple things. I'm gonna say, on your application, you are drawing from Roy Clinton, Sunset, Clearfield. You know, I know that area. So I'm gonna ask you, why did you purposely not say West Point and Syracuse? Because you have to go through both of those cities. If you're coming from Roy, for example, get up to those other locations. Why not say all of that northern Davis County?
If we would have run out of space.
Oh, that explains it. Yeah.
Ideally, when we go for applications, I would love to say the Wasatch Front. And part of that is because land availability, right? Like
Yeah.
the kind of place that we like to put schools, there isn't a large amount of land that's available anyways.
Right.
And so for us, when we started going down this path that the elementary school became open, that's the reason why those schools that are closest to it.
Right.
We know we're gonna get kids from all over the place. You know, we kind of knew that this was a strong possibility.
But those others are close by. They're kind of in the pathway, right?
Yeah.
You can't get from Roy without going through those communities. And it's a beautiful school. Parking is kind of like odd, right? But you have good pickup and drop off patterns you're gonna have to make that really work well, right? So that you already know that. What other questions do any of you have? I'm gonna tell you in attachment 5, just as you look at your attachment, just say, you said that both the population in Roy and Syracuse both increased and decreased during the study period. It kind of contradicted itself, but I think maybe one was increasing, one decreasing, but at any rate, you have the population to draw from. But yeah, just a little thing to double check. What else?
In that passage, what we were referring to is the population, you know, in that area west is increasing, but the area in that is down a little bit.
Certainly, otherwise that school wouldn't.
Yeah,
close, right?
we've also looked at the data like longitudinally for those areas. The school population, number of students has only decreased about 2%. So I feel like there will be plenty of students.
Older projections, you know, we've lost across the state of Utah, we have fewer school-age children. Like the demographers used to say that school-age children would increase over time, but they've actually decreased. That charter school enrollment, however, has increased, while other district school enrollments have decreased. Charter school enrollment has increased. So we know that, you know, people are just shifting where they want to go. They used to say that area would grow 500 to 1,000 students in Davis County, particularly out Syracuse, some of that area, 500 to 1,000 students a year for 20 years, but that is no longer true. However, I think you'll see a rebound. Right?
We also say as a board that we've never moved into an area with growth before, and we've always had a really strong development. Like campuses.
Yeah.
I'm Dr. Sarah Bourne, board chair. So
I didn't have you all introduce yourselves. I think because we kind of feel like we know you a little bit already, so I guess that you will. You'll have that enrollment will continue. Oh, I don't have a question. Personally, I don't have a concern about control of your enrollment. Your question from the board? Okay. I guess your application is clear. We know your reputation. We know the work that you do. And we will take a vote in just a few minutes. I think that we're scheduled to do that at 2, right? It may be sooner. But if you'll just be patient with us, we're going to talk to Beehive for a few minutes. We'll go from there, unless there's anything any of you wanted to add.
yeah, thank you so much.
See you next year.
That's right. Hey, becoming a habit.
We won't turn you away.
Behind, we can start a little bit earlier unless you are waiting for someone to join you. If you're all here,
Oh, there's out. She just
Good.
okay, if you're ready, if you're okay, we'll start just a little bit sooner if you're okay. Okay, come join us at the table. All right,
Chair,
yes,
I want to make a disclosure, this school, so
all
I'll
right.
do it now or after. the
Yeah,
presentation.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to make sure I disclose, my firm did help Beehives, with the financing of their existing now campus on 9400 South. That's been a few years ago. And we do have an ongoing relationship with them where we help them with their continuing disclosure. I don't personally have anything to do with that. Other people in our company, we have no decision input. There's no sway to them. We just simply support timely and complete disclosure. So I do want to acknowledge that I have not spoken to with intent to Beehive about this application. So I don't personally feel conflicted that I shouldn't be a part of the discussion or voting, but I do want to put that out there, and I'm happy if there's a thought about that that's different.
Thank you for doing that. Board members, what is your feeling? Did anyone have a concern about that? We appreciate that. You did, and there are other voting members here. If I have to a tight vote, we talk about it. Thank you so much for disclosing that. All right. You've read the application for Beehive Academy, and Ms. Stephenson will give us a little overview.
Thank you, Chair. So we get to hear today from Beehive Science and Technology Academy. Beehive is currently serving grades K through 12 and has a current max enrollment of 1,167. In their application, they requested a maximum enrollment of 2,200. We may want to clarify if that is 2,200 for the satellite or as an LEA total, from what they put in their application. Their location is to be determined. They did have a map in there that identifies that it is the west section of Jordan or Alpine School District. As far as their justified need, the demand for Beehive Academy's programs has surged with full enrollment and waiting lists that reflect the school's success. Their proposed expansion aims to address gaps in access to STEM education for both minority as well as economically disadvantaged communities. And they also meet the requirements of R277552 for the eligibility to ask for a satellite. As far as strategic support, Beehive Academy is part of the Bellwether Strategic Growth Institute cohort, which provides structured support for growth. And that cohort includes academic recovery, leadership development, and infrastructure planning. They also have secured a grant from the Charter School Growth Fund that will support expansion in key areas. And so in conclusion, Beehive Academy's satellite request is a carefully considered response to growing demand for STEM education in identified communities. And with their commitment to excellence, supported by the Bellwether SDI cohort and the Charter School Growth Fund, that gives confidence that their satellite will be sustainable, impactful, and aligned with their mission. And that is it. Yeah.
All right.
I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
So let's start with that first question about the question about total enrollment as in Beehive Academy in total or just in the new campus. Could someone respond to that?
That number 2,200 is composed for campuses, so the current and
Okay, so you're anticipating the satellite would be an enrollment of
around 1,100.
okay, around 1,100. So 1,100 in each campus.
Yes, that's the
And can you talk to us about where you're thinking that second campus will be, or is that still?
I mean, the map that we have provided is certainly giving an idea, like, where we are targeting. Because, starting from the river to down till Eagle Mountain,
That is the area where the population growth is somewhat realistic. And also, the school age, especially the underserved communities are moving in those areas because of the affordability. And we feel like being close to those areas is going to do a better job serving those communities. We currently have some students coming from those areas, but we feel like starting over there is not only going to further serve more kind of people from that area, and also as a model, our school attracts like minorities all too. So we have more than 60 languages for the school, which is kind of what our community is known for. And we feel like although it is gonna serve primarily that area, but it still drive students from all area.
But you don't have, it will be at this address. Yeah, but it's going to be in this
Area,
area,
yes.
and you're working on that.
Exactly.
That
Since we have applied for like fall of 2027, we have quite good time to be able to like utilize those, but it's already started. It's just not.
additional questions from the board. Member Olson.
I appreciated Vice Chair Spiker's question of the last group about their secret sauce. Take a few moments to tell us what makes your school so successful.
Well, I can start and maybe Miss Peterson and our school had some, definitely people are, the first thing that I would say, because we pride ourselves to have like so not only we are very diverse and we appreciate kind of like each that what kind of programming that we do, but also what perspectives they bring and what ways they kind of like in the overall decision making of the school really impacts overall our kind of programming and vision. But also we invest in our people, like staff, students, parents, community. So that kind of like engagement level that we see in our community, I feel like it's really giving us a direction and also, being a STEM school, being kind of trying our best approach all the tested and proven like strategies that we are trying in our school, definitely has an impact in outcomes of our students. But I believe the human is the biggest source. I don't know if Ms. Peters want to add or what's on it.
And that's okay, I agree with reaching out to our teachers and staff, you got down here. This is our team, we're a team, let's work together and not just administration making all the decisions. So they feel that they are included in this. So work toward the same goal and like that professional development is great. Help them, all of us. Finding us all.
And I'll just jump in and add a little bit further. I've known Beehive for many, many years. So excited to be part of the board. I guess it's been 2.5 years now I've been on board. I've been in education for over 30 years, and I've been in so many buildings, so many district buildings, local school buildings. And I would say, in addition to what's been shared, the secret sauce, to use your words, is very much about the family engagement. And we know as we strengthen that, the relationship, the home to school connection, that is when our students really thrive. You feel that in the halls of Beehive, you feel it in their events. And so not just in their academic outcomes, but in the engagement of the community itself. It's a phenomenal culture, and it attracts the best of the best. And the other thing I will say that I feel sets, because there's a lot of schools that do that. And then on top of that, what I feel Beehive does so well is target a population of students that might not see themselves in STEM careers, and unlocks that potential in those students. They are able to discover a path that works for them. They see themselves in these careers, and they're in many situations, they might not have exposure to STEM and see it as a potential future career opportunity, were it not for Beehive and what's on them. So I can go on, but also.
Great answer, thank you.
And I would like to add as well, Pablo, like as she mentioned that we are writing our strategic plans, we have set a strategic goal, which is still draft, like it's not finalized, that's why it wasn't shared. But
we set a goal that half of our high school students, all of them, like half of all population of high school students, will be involved in this one leadership program. So not only we want our students to be, engaged and involved in all those programs, but to be involved as well. So that's kind of a very ambitious goal, but we feel like students are our future and they should really be in our all the times.
Additional, what? Thank you. I just want to start by saying when I first got onto the charter school landscape in Utah, remember Beehive Academy was probably not just on the ropes, but maybe on the mat. It was, at one point, I think it was recommended for closure. And it just goes to show in the chapter of our lives and in the chapter of a school, how much you can grow, develop, and overcome. And I want to acknowledge, Honeybee Ogus. I've worked with lots of directors, but there's just nobody better. There are so many good people in this industry, but the way that he approaches this, the respect he offers, the diligence, the time, he is at the top. He's at the top. And on every measurable academic metric you can think of, Beehive is on the medal podium and often in the gold medal position. They're just a wonderful, wonderful group. My question is, I know you've been asked to do this before, and I think I've read the why there, but why now? And I'm just wondering what the triggers were to make you move forward on this now more than you would have considered it in the past.
Thank you for asking. I mean, it's certainly a very valid question because we are already growing and have been growing like last couple of years. And, somehow our initial approach was to go back or settle down everything and make sure that, maintain top quality and then kind of like maybe explore those opportunities. That's why I said it's a very valid question. And we somehow seen that the growth is really helping us, not only like, with the new students and new kind of people coming forward, but also what the existing resources and the students' outcomes, everything that is helping us doing that as well. So that was somehow giving us idea growth doesn't mean that we are ignoring what we have, but rather really can bring even more and more them as well. So that's kind of the start going. And also, we are trying to be responsible for our because we have the big babies as well. And the demand is kind of increasing, and as well as we are almost there to our capacity. So we feel like there is such a high demand, and the populations that we are targeting, even most, especially if we represent in the STEM industry. So we feel like not opening our eyes to that demand is really not serving the community that we should. So that's probably the second important reason why we want. Also, our community is kind of ready for it. We feel like we have that capacity, or we will grow up to be fully ready with that capacity for that, serve those communities. And also, we have so many partners, we have so many supporters that are really seeing that the momentum you have, or the growth trajectory that you have, and the outcomes that you're having makes you ready. And like that's why we went through those strategic analysis and all those things to see, is it really the right time? Is it, think what? And doesn't mean that 100% all areas we are ready. I mean, one can say that, but at least we feel that the vision, the model, program that we are doing, the demand, and also the operations that we have are kind of like going to be able to do that. And then we are going to be identified through that strategic plan which areas we need to further invest so that we are doing a better plan than like an expansion. So those areas are definitely being worked out, identified, and we are investing in those. And the grant that Marie mentioned is a training grant. So we're probably getting more grants from the growth fund as well, and other grants that we are planning as well. So those initial plans, grants are going to help us really to better jump planning and getting ready for expansion. And I feel like, last year I can say, seeing the community demand and seeing all the supporters encouraging us and supporting us, I feel like it is the time. Certainly one can argue and say that we can wait and maybe a couple years down one wants to reach to the best we can do. But I feel like the momentum is right, people are kind of trusting themselves to be doing, and the support is there quite.
And I have a follow-up, thank you. Going to double in size. That's not a little thing. And you're a school that has already, you know, grown a lot in the last few years anyway. That is a challenge, right? And there's gonna be a curve there, no matter how well we think, or at least I think that, you know, you're prepared for it. But what are the things that are on your radar, even worries, concerns about kind of moving forward? And I'm not even, you know, financial maybe, but just really operationally, like to keep the integrity of your program. What are your worries?
I think there will be a couple mentioned, but the most important I strongly would be having, like having people who trust and are kind of like that invest in your vision and be able to kind of like replicate your model over there. So that's usually when you are growing in public biggest one, this challenges. That's for us, I think it is the same. And what we have proposed to the growth fund was to utilize the grant that is for them to invest that further. And why? Because we feel like the biggest in a school operations, the biggest capital is people. So let's invest on those. And rather than just going and all brand new people starting a new campus, we have already started, like we already hired some leadership positions and some of them are already like this. And we'll be hiring so many like those leadership positions from now. These 2 years they'll be working in the current school. Once we open our school, then we'll have at least some leadership of people ready to take over and expand our model over there. So that's the biggest investment we want to do because people ready to be able to kind of in those schools. We'll do that, and then beyond that, of course, we want to go so many different partnerships. So, you know, programs that we want to even further what we have right now. So some of the investments going on those partnerships as well, but then it might be.
Additional comments, board members, questions, concerns? You can make a decision. Okay, all right, not seeing any. You have strong, I would tell you, really, of course, we should recognize your strong retention percentage, which is really commendable, and a large waiting list as well, over 300 this year, I believe. That is also really a strong indicator of success at school when people want to come and are waiting to try to get in. And the only question I had, but I think I already answered mine, I was just asking, how do you know this new area is ready for you? And you're getting ready for them, how you know they're ready for you, but I think in our discussion, you kind of answered that question. That was the only thing I was going to ask you in this discussion, I think. Yep. My notes, any others from anyone? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for continued great work and for this new opportunity. It's always, these are good news stories, right? We love that. Okay, so if you want to wait just for a minute, we will make our decisions a little earlier than we had scheduled. We'll be able to decide how much an hour early, right? Nobody will complain.
No, I was just gonna make a comment that, for the two schools or the two expansions that we just heard from, exciting to hear about the Charter Growth Fund. Because we attended NAFTA, the fall, where we all attended sessions about that, and to see schools taking advantage of that here in our state, I think it's just an observation.
Commendable schools. This is always an exciting thing when schools are saying, we're kind of doing really well and we need another campus. That's always a good thing. I think we love that we're succeeding and kids are being served well, and we need to do more what we've been doing. So let's consider these two schools in the order that we talked about them.
If
Yes.
you would indulge me something, just
Absolutely.
some observations, since we're celebrating 25 and 25, and I recognize some old faces that I've known for over 20 years in the charter world
Young
here.
faces in old places.
Ram Prasad and I used to sit in the USBE meetings and commiserate about what that was like to sit in those meetings. Being a brand new charter school and the state not knowing how to handle charter schools, right? I'm not sure we still do, but I found it interesting today how our room filled up with our satellite request
Yes.
and was fairly empty with new, and that used to be exactly the opposite of what used to happen. So I thought that was an interesting, to walk back in from lunch to a very, very full room.
Enthusiastic.
It's also interesting to see that two very successful LEAs have old faces, experienced faces associated. Wallace Stagner's board chair is the founding board chair, and to not have a lot of turnover in there, I think speaks to them as well. Having said that, one of the, and this is Rebecca's opinion only. I have some dichotomous feelings about our growth and the direction of our growth. I think we have to be very careful as charter operators that we do not turn into districts.
Yeah.
A lot of what the charter movement came from back there's some early writings out of the late 1970s, but early for charter schools, where the idea was first envisioned is where they can trace it back to some education journals in the late 1970s, actually out of New York. And then Minnesota being brave enough to actually pull the plug and authorize that. But it came from teachers as a response against the bureaucracy of their districts. And they made a promise that if they would be able to have some autonomy, they would be able to outperform their district peers. I feel like it's our board's responsibility to safeguard that promise, that as our very, very capable schools grow and serve more students, that we don't fall into the same trap, because as you grow, as your organization grows and becomes more complex, it also becomes more surprising. And it also becomes the need to then increase bureaucracy. And everybody in this room should be fighting bureaucracy with every fiber of their being so that we can keep resources in the classroom, we can keep teachers supported, we can keep policy at a minimum, we can create creativity and innovation. And that's not against systems. I absolutely believe in systems. I don't believe in the inherent bureaucracy that people create in order to protect systems over people. And the larger we grow, we will have a tendency, because it's human nature, to lose our culture and protect systems. So I put that out there just because that's my opinion on this. And I hope, and because a 2,200 two-campus school, it's gonna be hard to maintain culture. 800 student schools is still gonna be hard. The organizational development, that's my first master's, that's why I'm geeking out on this, sorry. Says between 750 and 800 people is where you lose your culture. Once you exceed that, culture is all you focus on trying to maintain. So I just hope that we don't, in our wonderful attempt to serve kids, we don't fall into the same trap that created massive districts throughout the United States.
Thank you. Well said. I don't think there's anyone around this table who disagrees. That we do agree with that. And I'll even add to that, those reasons why you just listed, and I think you'll agree that also responsiveness to the school community, the individual school community, as opposed to being one size fits all. So we're really very responsive to an individual needs of an individual location, school community as well. So that Ms. Pulsifer and I at lunch, we're talking about that very thing. So thank you for echoing it. We could have duplicated our conversation about why it's important to have smaller responsive groups that are responsive to individual needs. We love the secret sauce is good. I don't think she's saying give up your secret sauce at either place, but that's such good. I would, well, we do have it recorded. That would be, I think that's an article then. Beginning an article.
The AI can write for us now.
That,
It's just now there.
you're taking your words,
Yeah.
so that from Mrs. Cisneros, member Cisneros' words are really. Let's remember, that's something we should keep in front of us. What a great idea. All right, having those discussions, let's consider these two schools in the order that we heard from them today. So we'll start with Wallace Stegner. We'll do it into Wallace Stegner in two pieces. Let's begin first, potentially in two pieces. Let's begin first with any discussion about authorizing a satellite school for Wallace Stegner. Anyone have discussion, question, or I'll be happy to entertain a motion.
I'll move that we
We're also
approve.
like we all wait for each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chair, I move that we approve the Wallace Stegner Academy satellite application.
All right, there's a motion to approve the Wallace Stegner Academy application. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
A second from member Biesinger. Any further discussion from anyone? The board? All right, so let's not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the Wallace Stegner satellite application, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes unanimously. Knowing that it passes unanimously, Wallace Stegner Academy is hoping that we will endorse now they're going to make a request from the State Board of Education. And it's good we have now, our liaison who can help to talk about that, Mr. Hawken, on that board, help to explain our reasoning and thinking. But they will submit an application to request earlier opening than the normal process, which means they would be able to open this fall, this current 2025, this fall coming up. So they'd be on right now getting students lined up, because this is the registration time of year, right? When kids start registering for the new school year. So we have the option of recommending the state board vote for that favorable early application, knowing that Wallace Stegner has money that would support it so that it won't throw off the state funding cycles, but would initially catch up with that funding cycle, but they could initially front that. It's my understanding, right? Okay, so do I have a motion relative to that? Is it the pleasure of the board then to support that, or any discussion you might have relative to our endorsement?
Chair, I'll move that we endorse their request to the State Board of Education for a waiver by voicing our support for it.
All right, so a motion from member Olson to support this application that Wallace Stegner will be making the State Board of Education, requesting an earlier than process opening for the fall of 2025. Do I have a second to that motion? Yes?
Sure.
All right, so Vice Chair Spiker seconds that motion. Any additional discussion? All right, I'm not seeing any. All those in favor of the motion to endorse that early application process, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Again, unanimous. Now, what do we need to do, Ms. Stephenson? Will we prepare a letter? Will you help with that?
I will.
And then we can get a letter signed and sent to the state board to accompany their application so
Yes.
that the state board knows. And Mr. Hall will represent us as well when it comes that time to endorse the early opening of that school. They've got classrooms ready to be filled. So congratulations, Wallace Stegner. Good luck. Get that school full of kids. They need you. Way to go. We can help. Right. Get that school going. All right, let's look at Beehive Academy. Do I have any discussion, questions, or I'm ready to entertain a motion relative to the satellite application request from Beehive Academy?
Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve Beehive Academy's satellite application.
All right, so a motion from member Biesinger to approve Beehive Academy's satellite application. A second to that motion. And a second from member Bassett. Any discussion? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All those of you in favor of the motion to approve Beehive Academy's satellite application, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that again passes unanimously. So Beehive Academy, get that school going, get that place, and get ready for kids to come to school in another year and a half, right? We'll be ready to go. So congratulations. And we do appreciate all of you here. Like Member Cisneros said that, but we appreciate you being here. We know that you care about the schools and about students and families whom you serve, and that you want to continue doing that, and that you can see the potential for helping others with learning and opportunity in their lives. That's what we're all about, right? We really are here to give kids choices. If they cannot read, we've limited their choices. If they cannot do math, we have limited the choices that they can make in their lives. And we are here giving people choices, opportunities for choice, that they can be able to direct their lives the way they want to by giving them the foundation to do that. So thank you for being part of that crusade and helping that to happen. So thank you very much. The only people we have in this world who are slaves and subservient are those who are uneducated, those who are not, haven't learned and have the opportunity to move forward. So thank you for fighting for freedoms for individuals and giving them choices. We really appreciate that on that continued basis, and they recognize it as well. All right. Well, I think we have now come to the conclusion of today's board meeting business. Just a reminder to everyone that our 25 and 25 event is tonight. The doors open at 6, so board members can be there close to that time. So we can park and check in and say hello to folks. We're at the Museum of Natural History, it's by the, what's the gardens up there? Well, it doesn't matter if you don't know where the gardens are, I can't get it. So you know where I'm. So Museum of Natural History, we have a great event tonight. You can, you each received a QR code, or you can just check them by name. I'm understanding that we can do that. Then the event starts at 6:20, but gives us time to say hello to folks and be ready for that celebration. And there are a lot of good things that are going to be happening tonight, opening with an address from the governor and some other events beyond that tonight to celebrate, just to take a little bit of time to celebrate charter schools. I wanted to say thank you to our team here at Utah State Charter School Board team who have made this possible. You all have worked hard to get everything in place and make sure that everything was ready so that we could have a celebration. And thank you for making us all pause to take the time to celebrate, and we appreciate it. We need to do that. It really is amazing. As I said, as we start today, 25 years has flown by for me, knowing that those initial first schools, I can't believe it's 25 years since that point, because I was just 5 years old at the time. I don't know why I remember, but I do clearly.
So if we counted the 2 schools that we approved today, what is our total count of charter schools? 1. Because I'm still in the 130s, but I don't think that's correct
I
anymore.
think it's a little more.
Schools, charters, I think that brings us to 149, I think.
Is that LEAs or is some of them have multiple campuses?
Well,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's-
schools will be, I think, 149.
So LEAs?
No,
schools.
Schools, individual
Locations.
campuses would be 149.
I think so.
Well, we think.
I can. double check.
Somebody in the room should know.
We just know.
Somebody knows.
That's a really good question to ask, and successful schools.
mhm.
150
Some of the
coming.
most successful schools in the state of Utah are our charter schools, are this part of this scheme, right? Go ahead, Mr. Biesinger, you're gonna say something else.
Oh, no, I was just saying 150 coming up, I guess, right? That would be the next.
We'll have to have another go.
So we'll go to that.
Another go.
And I should tell you that to the museum will keep its galleries open till 10 o'clock PM following the event. If you haven't ever been to any of their galleries, you may choose to do it. There's usually a special exhibit. I don't know what that is this time, but what?
Orca.
Orcas. Oh, wonderful. And
My nervous.
all the, but there are a lot of other things, beautiful displays in that Museum of Natural History, and it's the architecture of the building alone is worth going to see. And so just go visit the Utah Raptor, at least that much of it, right?
Yes. Chair, is there any we have any assignments or anything we need to be mindful of tonight?
We just,
With respect
your
to-
assignment is to go and enjoy and visit with your friends from other schools.
Eat food,
and
spill on my shirt.
Say hello. Do what?
Eat food and spill on my shirt.
That-
That's,
Yeah, I
I
think
can
you
do
could
it.
pass on the spilling, but certainly we want you to eat. That, it's a nice plated dinner. It's gonna be a nice evening and just time to share and thank each other and to be a part of that. So just go and enjoy the evening. And knowing that we are at the conclusion of our business, and as Cisneros who researches things that said to me for conclusion of business, I can just call the meeting adjourned and I will do that. This meeting is adjourned. We're done.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks all. Good day.